We're live.
We're live. So this is City Council, September 9th, 2024, round 2.
Yeah.
So, okay, and this is a call to order. And like I say, I'm going to start it. It's actually, this meeting is starting at 7:06. Notice is posted and pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act. Notice is hereby given that the City Council of Nassau Bay, Texas will conduct a regular meeting on September 9th, 2024 at 7 p.m. at the City Council Chambers, City Hall, 1800 Space Park Drive, Suite 200, Nassau Bay, Texas. As I mentioned, with roll call, all are present but one, Paula Tabasi, who made it known she would not be present prior. And we are called to order, and I'd like to read something here. Again, there's certain things that I really enjoy about this position, and tonight's going to be one of them. Not only is it something where I really enjoy the organization and the actual just camaraderie and just the plain commitment from the Boy Scouts of America for the boys and the girls. But it allowed me to reunite with a longtime friend of mine from Exxon days, and good things always happen when that occurs. But tonight we have scouts with us from Troop 848 for boys and Troops 849 for girls, representing Scouting America, the Sam Houston Area Council, and our local San Jacinto District. Both troops are sponsored by Gloria Day Lutheran Church here in Nassau Bay. Troop 848 has served local youth for nearly 60 years, since 1965, and Troop 849 was chartered in 2019 when the Boy Scouts, the Scouts BSA program was open to girls. Both troops are led with active outdoor programs and the focus upon key values of scouting, which are character and leadership development, personal fitness, and citizenship. The Scouts are here tonight for the latter, to learn about the processes of community governance in order to complete requirements for their citizenship in the community and communication merit badges. And I think you picked a really great city council meeting in order to be able to witness your local government in action. At this time, though, I would like to call upon Star Scout Chloe Martin, who serves in a leadership role in Troop 849 as chaplain's aide for our invocation. Is that on? Perfect.
Yes.
Would you please join me in prayer? Dear Lord, thank you for this opportunity to meet here tonight and for all the people who are attending. I thank you for those of us who are scouts who are able to attend tonight. I pray that you will be a lamp for our feet and a light on our path. I ask for your wisdom tonight in any decisions that are made, and for our ears and our hearts to be open. Finally, I ask for a blessing upon our leaders here locally and across the nation. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Now we please stand and keep standing, and the presentation of colors and the Pledge of Allegiance to the flags of our great country, and state led by Life Scouts Joseph Stensrud and Heather Korth. I hope I pronounced that properly. Who each serve in leadership roles in their troops. Chloe and Joseph and Heather are all close to earning the rank of Eagle Scout and will join nearly 250 other scouts and their troops who have reached this honor over the years. It's all yours.
Color guard attention. Audience attention. Color guard forward march. Color guard hold. Color guard prepare to post the colors.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please join me in the Texas Pledge. Honor the
The Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Color guard, post the colors. Color guard, reform. Color guard, retreat. Color guard, these audiences.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good job. Well done. But in this, come on, the whole troop, everybody here who's presenting, this is the time for a picture. Guys, come on up. Photo op. Come on up. Come on up. Randy, did you want to come as Gloria? Anybody else? Come on up. Center over here so you can see the city logo. Double up. Left shoulder out.
This isn't a camp out, you don't smell bad.
No word. Thanks. Yeah. Thank you, everybody. And good luck on the year. Okay. We've got quite a number here tonight. So, Pastor Randy, I think you're going to be up here too. This is for the Nova Vita Mental Wellness Center. So come on up. This is photos, but it's also in recognition of what I believe is the beginning of a partnership. We've got quite an issue of mental wellness for our city. The Gloria Day has taken the initiative to be able to help provide auspices and facilities, and to kind of lead the effort for that from a God-based basis. I'll say it that way. And as they launched the nonprofit. So here we are today to celebrate. We have an economic development corporation that helped provide the seed money in order to provide these services that are very much needed within our city.
I'd like to introduce to you our lead therapist, Diana Matthews, and we were able to bring her on to our team. And then on our board is Jackie Hodges, Dawn Peterson, who is a Nassau Bay resident, Richard Zalazak, and then other members of our board couldn't be here, but many others live in Nassau Bay. So thank you for your support for this needed ministry at that work. So we have a oversized check, and the council is going to come on up here. Come on up.
All right, thank you. I'm going to save him for last. Introduction of Reserve Officer Roger Free and Officer Genesis Montano. Chief.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, citizens. I want to introduce a couple of additions to the police department. Officer Roger Free. Step up here with me. Officer Roger Free is going to be a reserve officer with us. Roger's moving a little slowly right now. He had an incident with a donkey. We'll just leave it at that. But Officer Free was sworn in as a reserve officer with Nassau Bay PD back in May. It's the first opportunity we've been able to bring him to the council and introduce him. He's going to be handling our court security, our bailiff duties for us. That's going to relieve our full-time officers to be on the street. Roger's trained as a court security officer and has had previous court experience with the Webster Police Department. He has more than 35 years of service as a police officer. 27 plus years of those were in the state of Florida and almost 9 years here in Texas. Roger has served both as chief of police in the state of Florida and here in the state of Texas. So welcome to Officer Roger Free. I'd like to introduce Officer Genesis Montana. Genesis is not quite as experienced as Officer Free. Genesis graduated from the Houston Community College Police Academy in July 18th of 2004. She was officially sworn in as an officer with Nassau Bay PD on August 12th. We actually offered her a position while she was still in the academy, attending the academy, and she accepted. We then had to wait for her to graduate from the academy, successfully pass the state TCOL licensing exam, as well as some medical and psychological and some other testing here in the city. She's currently assigned to the day shift in her first phase with a field training program. There's a little bit of law enforcement in her family. She's married to her husband, Giovanni, who's a police officer with the League City Police Department. So we're extremely happy to have Genesis on board with us. So. Thank you.
So I'm bouncing around here a little bit. I've got two others there, but right now the 17th annual Texas Outlaw Challenge by Paul Robinson. Paul, come on up.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Paul Robinson, and I've produced the Texas Outlaw Challenge, which is a boating event that features our amenities around the lake, our cities, all the great marine activity that we have in this area. Back in 2008, I started, and I wanted to do some charity work at some point in our lives. I think all of us reached to that point of interest. Our first charity was the Pasadena Women's Shelter, and this year's charity was Home, helping our military endure out of Webster. We send packages to our overseas men and women in service, and also the Texas EquiSearch Group with Tim Mill. So we were happy to support them this year. And why I'm here is because the City of Nassau Bay supports Texas Outlaw Challenge. They have for many years, very much so this year. Much appreciated your support, which allowed us to add an event at the Hilton Hotel, which is a tremendous venue. So well represented, I guess. You're all familiar with the Bay Area Houston Magazine. Well, in the back, they featured our event. It's the awards, charity gala, casino night. But just a great facility. We really support Nassau Bay and what we do. And I think our total room nights for the area was 984 room nights for the four-day weekend. That's pretty large, but that's not the only number that's large in our summary here. So this year we had 100 plus boat teams, 1,500 guests registered for the event, and supporting local commerce is what we encourage our guests to do. So that involves transportation, accommodation, food, beverage, equipment rentals, support purchasing, and advertising being one of our largest. Spent over $103,000 in advertising. Advertising is like the seeds are to a farmer. The more seeds you put in the ground, fertilize, the more guests are going to be aware, they're going to have visibility to the area, and you're going to get a bigger product at the end, which is why the Outlaw Challenge has become so big nationally. It's one of the top 5 events in the country. The cost of the event is around $260,000 this year, so it's an expensive production to make. But over the 17 years, as I said, we started in 2008. Over the 17 years, I have charts here, 3 different charts that show each year in increment. And I'll just summarize, but in 17 years, we've brought more than $10 million to the local area as far as revenue to businesses. just this year was $751,000. And again, that's easy to add up when you're looking at rooms, you're looking at groceries and fuel and restaurants, and it adds up very quickly when you have that amount of people. As I said, marketing and advertising is huge. So social media, we're all familiar with followers and likes and shares and all that lingo that is used nowadays. But this year we had over 3 million social media hits and shares. That is a lot of visibility for the city. Maybe too much. But that's nationally, we have people come from Europe, Canada, all over the United States. We have businesses, ship channel businesses, oil and gas, obviously for our area is big in supporting this event. Do face-to-face events all over the country. There's other events like this, and the people actually follow a bit of a schedule throughout the year to visit the different areas. We just happen to be one of the most popular. Magazines and print. Here's an interesting magazine in Florida. Texas Outlaw Challenge turns up the heat. They can't get over how hot it is here in June. We like the heat. But in here, 9 pages of coverage. 9 in this book. So pretty impressive nationally. I don't know how far that book goes. I know my commercial communications manager has the number here, but it's big. Oh, there it is. 969,000 circulation between their website and printed material. So we're all about advertising, marketing, visibility, and outreach for the people that support our event, which of course is City of Nassau Bay. Hot tax is one of the vehicles that is a support mechanism for us. Also, we ask and have always received a signature on our resolution for a no-wake zone on Clear Lake Friday morning from 8 till noon. That's when we have our high-speed shootout part of the event. Boats go one at a time up down a course, 3/4 of a mile course. We have, I think, 17 safety boats. It's Coast Guard permitted. We have law enforcement on the water. But our winner this year was 183 miles an hour on Clear Lake in 3/4 of a mile. And then, of course, the rest of the lake, which is another 1.5 miles at least, shut down safety zone area. We've never had an accident in 17 years, and that's because of the resolutions and the safety support that the city gives us to execute this event. As I said, always Coast Guard permitted, because we're out in Galveston Bay as well. We go down to Galveston, we go up to Baytown and around the lake. And then, of course, the city and all our supporters are always additionally insured on our event insurance program. So that's just a summary of the event. But I do want to leave this booklet with you, which has a lot of information in it. I think you'll enjoy flipping through that. I'll leave that with you. And one more thing, I do have an appreciation award for the city. Texas Outlaw Challenge. It's kind of a Texas thing, an Old West thing. So every year I pick a different 6-shooter. These are museum replicas, non-firing. But they're, I'm not sure who this one is, but we've had Custers and Bat Masterson and Jesse James and, you know, all the good guys. And we always feature one of their guns to our supporters. So please accept this on behalf of the challenge.
Let's get a picture.
Go in the side. On the side.
Just surprise.
Yes.
Thank you very much. You know, just something for people here is one of the things we struggle with Jason Hotel tax is being able to put into his phone heads and beds. And the number I heard you say was just shy of 1,000 heads and beds. So that is something that really helped us be able to support this. So it's through that type of connection that allows things to help you.
We appreciate that very much.
Beat it with her. She's yes, she is.
We're loading you up here.
Tom, I saw you back there. up here. This is in a proclamation for Fire Prevention Week. And this is a proclamation that, again, it's an honor for me to do, which is whereas the city of Nassau Bay is committed to ensuring the safety and security of all those living in and visiting our city. And whereas fire is a serious public safety concern both locally and nationally, and homes are the location where people are at the greatest risk from fire. And whereas home fires have killed more than 2,700 people in the United States in 2022, according to the National Fire Protection Association. The fire departments in the United States responded to 360,000 home fires, whereas roughly 3 out of 5 fire deaths have been homes with either no smoke alarms or no smoke, working smoke alarms. And whereas working smoke alarms cut the risk of dying in reported home fires almost in half. Whereas smoke alarms sense smoke well before you can, alerting you to danger in the event of fire, in which you may have as little as 2 minutes to escape safely. And whereas the city of Nassau Bay residents should install smoke alarms in every sleeping room outside of each separate sleeping area on every level of the home. And whereas the city of Nassau Bay residents will make sure their smoke alarms meet the needs of their family members, including those sensory or physical disabilities. And whereas the city of Nassau Bay residents should test smoke alarms at least once a month. Yes, this is the list of what you should do. So whereas residents who have planned and practiced a home fire escape plan are more prepared and will therefore be more likely to survive a fire. And whereas the city of Nassau Bay first responders are dedicated to reducing the occurrence of home fires and home fire injuries through prevention, protection, and education. And whereas the city of Nassau Bay residents are responsive to public education measures and are able to take personal steps to increase the safety from fires, especially in their homes. And whereas the 2024 Fire Prevention Week theme, smoke alarms, make them work for you, serves to remind us the importance of having working smoke alarms in the homes. Now, therefore, I, Phil Johnson, Mayor of the City of Nassau Bay, hereby proclaim the week of October 6th through 12th, 2024, as Fire Prevention Week in the City of Nassau Bay. Thank you. Something I just mentioned to Tom that a lot of people don't know is grandparents on my wife's side were consumed in a fire in Missouri 2 years ago, and they had no smoke alarm. So a lot of this is very real. All right.
Open house is October 11th, it's a Friday. We'll see y'all there.
Okay. Thanks, Tom. All right. Did you take this? One last one, and this is one I regret having to do. But Scott, come on down. For those who don't know Scott, Scott is one of the, I call the lead guys who's front line for everything in the public works. When Paul hadn't been around, you were the one who pretty much took care of everything. And you looked at the line leaks and everything along that line, you were the one who was like first and foremost in the front line. You've done a lot for the city, and I'm really going to miss that you retired.
I'm not going to miss too much of it.
You missed your lawn?
Yeah. I enjoy it. I'm a lifetime. Been a lifetime.
40 years. 40 years. Okay. 40 years.
So before we present Scott with this, I think Scott started when he was about 12 years old in the city. And so for all you don't know, Scott is the street supervisor, but he also does all the drainage. So, floods, Scott's out there, 15 miles of streets, street lights, and basically anything that touches concrete, Scott has his hands on it.
On Don Matters speed.
And worked with Scott over 14 years. He mentioned that this would be the first hurricane he actually got to spend with his wife since forever. And so, and he's worked every hurricane since '84. So this weekend we're going back and forth on some checks with the emergency management. I was like, I know one guy that's not even worried about it.
Silent this morning.
Yeah. So, you know, Scott, like Mary said, had hands on water breaks, sewer lines, everything. We're gonna miss him, and not only Scott is a great guy, he's a really great friend. And I'm glad that, you know, somebody after 40 years don't come in on a cane or crutches, and he's able to enjoy his life and get into hot rods and motorcycles and all that stuff. So, we actually got Scott a barbecue pit, both of us for the cook, and then we also got him this,
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And I want to put something in there. I don't know if anybody here remembers Jamie Galloway used to work here. But I was head hard today. I found out that his son passed away last week. So take a minute of your time. Think about it. He was a very good athlete. He was very good at it. So you have to take a minute.
Moment of silence.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. The next is the citizens' comments. So right now, there's, I think, going to be a lot of people who may speak tonight. Our agenda is very full. We're probably going to be here probably past 11, maybe even 12 o'clock tonight. So I'm going to be strict in regards to the 3-minute, time frame. So just a heads up, it's going to be one that we're going to manage. But right now, let me open up the group to our citizens' comment. Anybody who would like to come speak, 3 minutes.
I'll take the first shot.
Name, rank, and serial number too.
Thank you very much. 18315 Hereford. You're talking about boats and go fast boats. So glad to have the scout group being a mindful church glory today. I mean, it's awesome. And today we spent the entire day at Glory Day talking about trauma and got trained up about trauma. But Randy's already get the guys to check these things. Anyway, we had to spend a whole day talking about trauma, how we as citizens in the community can help out people with trauma. It's part of the Lutheran Church Charities. So very great to have that. So I'm here to just quickly talk about this. So we postponed an event for the PTSD Foundation of America. We were going to do it in June. Now we're going to push it back to next 2 weeks from now. We're doing an event in Lake Nassau. But all the citizens in town, we're going to cook hot dogs. The Holy Smoke and Glory Day are stepping up to cook the hot dogs. We have a fun event in the morning, train kids how to be kayakers, canoers, invite the citizens to come in the city and to Lake Nassau. So the pavilion we reserve, rain or shine, we're going to do something. So we're going to do that. Fingers crossed, exactly right. So it's really great to have that. So I've got a poster here and get a new one. I'll post it up and put it around the community. But this is just help. Thank the city for.
So say the times again.
Sure.
Jim.
We're going to do one on the 21st of September. We start about 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning. We're going to have some competition on the lake. We're actually going to figure out how to work the lake for the following month. We have the vets from Camp Hope here. The lake, nothing's been done on the lake to my knowledge in the city forever. So we're going to try to figure out how to have a fun paddling event. And we're going to plan it for October. So the one's coming up will be September 21st, the weekend after next. Then we're going to do one in October, the last week in October. Again,
Please say something about Project Hope too.
Camp Hope. Sure.
Camp Hope.
Camp Hope. Camp Hope is a faith-based organization for veterans suffering from PTSD. Right now, the veterans are killing themselves at about 22 a day. 22 a day. So Camp Hope is a faith-based organization up in Houston where veterans go to live for up to a year at a time and get training, get this stuff out of their head called PTSD or traumatic brain injury. So it's free to the citizens, free to the veterans. And at this point, only male veterans are there just because of the lack of space. But there's 100 of them. So many of them will be here competing in the event. One of the things they say about the event is they love coming to the event. Because for them, they do a lot of events.
15 seconds.
15 seconds on. They do a lot of events all year long. But this is one of their favorites. Come down here, get some paddling done. Last year we went from Hilton around to the Nassau area. This year we're going to do it like Nassau. Thank you.
Exactly 3 minutes. Who else? I think Diane has a presentation.
Diane Clark, 1415 Antigua Lane, Nassau Bay. I'm with the Toys for Tots, as y'all probably guessed by now, but I'm a little bit late in presenting these plaques to the City Council and the City of Nassau Bay for health they got every year. This past year, we were able to supply 11,742 children with toys. But I want to add 4,000 toys came from this area. Mostly, the council and the mayor, thank you so much. I mean, how many times do you see an SUV roll into a park absolutely chock full of toys? And that's what we had to give to the Marines that were there in uniform, and they were so thrilled to receive these toys. This is going to be starting up again next month. You'll be seeing the boxes all around, and if you see one that needs to be placed, don't hesitate to contact me. I'll get that box to them.
I believe Santa was driving too.
I'm sorry?
I believe Santa was driving too.
He was. Santa was reading the group. So I have these two plaques, and I apologize for my delay in delivering these. And I want the city to know how much we appreciate you. And again, this coming year, we've got another year ahead of us, and I know we'll have a lot of support. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You want to get a quick picture? Yeah, let's get a quick picture. Let's come up this way. Walk this way.
Good job, Diane.
We're piling up with your stuff. Anybody else? Citizens hearing, citizens comments. Going up.
Hello. How's everybody doing this evening? I'm returning from last month's meeting. I currently reside at Sapphire Resort.
Name, rank, and
Veronica Fitzonette,
yeah.
and I'm at 2004 San Sebastian Court. So I came in here last month with my concerns and just the way that we're living over there. It's crazy. I do want to say thank you guys for all the time you're putting in and everything that you are doing for it. As of last week, last Thursday, I've been staying there with a paint smell that is so strong. The reason the paint smell is so strong is they are covering up everything that they are doing. All the mold, they're cutting out the walls, they're painting over it. It's terrible. We need more coverage on this. Like, I appreciate the city and everything they're doing. I have 2 small babies. I can't do this. I don't know what it's doing to them. I don't know how it's going to affect them later. I'm at a wit's end. Something needs to happen. I understand that it's a certain amount of units. Right now, it's a unit issue. It's a building issue before anything could be done to where they're condemned. So please, if y'all know people, tell them, come speak. This is the only way it's going to get done. We have to speak up. We have to keep showing face. You go to the last meeting, come to the next. Keep showing your time, putting in the effort. Nothing's going to get done if we're not telling nobody. Literally. I I appreciate you guys, but,
We have an agenda item on this too,
and
just
I
so
do
that
want to
you
go
can
over
be.
the action. I
Yeah.
know you stated already what you had told me, but
Correct.
I just need a little bit more of a breakdown because like I said, I don't have nowhere to go with my 2 kids. And at this point, I just paid rent. I gave them the money I had. And for what? For us not to be living safe? Like I can't go to a hotel because I'm paying over $1,600 there. It's not worth it. The prices that they're charging, one, our health is my top priority. But
It's
again,
our
I
priority.
have to be able to get them moved
Understand.
out of there. So please, you guys, tell them, spread the word, get it done, get more people up here. It's not only kids, it's elderly, animals. My ESA dog losing all her fur. My poor baby has been shedding constantly, scratching at her nose. It's mold. It's obviously, it's not, and forgive me when I say this, it's not a unit build. It's not just a unit issue. It's a building issue. It's on the outside, it's on the inside. It needs to be condemned. If something needs to happen, it's only airborne. Mold is airborne. The tests that were done, mold is airborne. Okay. It's only a matter of time before it spreads to your houses, spreads to the rest of the community, to the church, the playground right across the street. What happens when the mold starts growing where the children are playing then? We gotta do it.
15 seconds.
Please, you guys, keep telling people to come up. Please keep telling everybody, come in, take pictures, emails, whatever you have to do. Get the word out and get them out here, okay? If we don't get out here, nothing is gonna be done. We need more people. We have over 40 residents. I know we have over 40 residents right now coming in and voicing their opinions. Unfortunately, it's not enough. That's 10% of the community at Sapphire. It's not enough. So we need more lives, more people at risk, more people to come up here and talk. Please, you guys, spread the word. They don't care. Okay? Thank you.
Hi, Marley Freeman, 18611 Point Lookout here in Nassau Bay. I'm glad I ran after you because I have mold issues also. I have for a long time. After the city inspector, after Harvey didn't do his job, and I found out that my home was inhabitable in 2019, and insurance was going to pay. They ended up not paying. I've been told by city officials that I should file with the city insurance because it was the city employee who didn't do his job. I've done that. Nothing came of it. I've been told that at city council meeting that there was an investigation going on with the city inspection or the city building department. But after talking to other people in the city, that supposedly isn't the case.
We're actually voting on that coming up here right now.
Okay. Yeah, I know that city funds have been used to investigate like a home on Baycrest. My home was supposed to be also investigated, but the city building department knows nothing of it. There's just a lot. I'm concerned for our city. I love our city. I've been here since 2015. Prior to that, I was in Alago. Our city, I think, is under, and I hate to say it, but corruption. And I think that it needs a lot of help. Multiple residents that I know have had issues. I do have a phone call in and hopefully a meeting this week with the consulting firm Dulcifino. But with that is also a large dollar amount that he will require to investigate and come out with the news team and all of that. But at this point, multiple families are literally sick and having to file bankruptcy and everything in between due to having to spend money on their issues in their home. It's scary and sad, very sad that people that are working 2, 3, 4 jobs 7 days a week can't afford to survive. And you have people that literally are getting sick. So hopefully the city will do something. I have all kinds of documents to prove that it was definitely the city inspector at the time, who's no longer here, But the city needs to step up. They have to. You've got families that are going to have to go to the new facility for mental illness, literally, because I'm about to lose my mind.
You're at 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Christina Tamayo, live Bay House, number 125. Well, maggots crawling in my living room floor is what I've been moved to after our fire. Management will not come and look at it. They have not sent maintenance to come and check it out. My patio door is about to fall in. We don't have mold in this apartment like the first one that we were assigned to, but no fire extinguishers, fire safety awareness. No fire alarms. No fire alarms. And we get started with eviction papers. So I'm at my wit's end. Just where you go. I'm gonna come with you, sister, to get that mental health, because really, what do? Your rent is so high. How can you take care of your physical self when your living conditions are making you ill? Your property is getting stolen. They can't do anything about it, even though it's their people coming and unlocking the door to our unit, leaving it wide open. That's not their problem. What do? I literally moved from the ghetto in Houston to move to a better place, when really my life was so much better there. What do? I have so many pictures. The mold, my fire damage.
So if you would stay, there's an agenda item. You're hearing people not speak. When this is your turn to speak, but we're going to address things, particularly the Sapphire, and next in the queue is the Bay House. So
thank you. We need help. We need help.
I know you do. I know you do.
Someone vandalized our car today. Threw oil all over our car.
Yeah.
But none of the cameras work there now because the fire, it's all connected to one thing. Like, so, we can't go look at any video, that we can't help you with anything. Like, what do we do?
Wait till you'll hear the full discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And what was your apartment number?
125. Well, the one now, 125, yes.
Which one was it before?
82, but before that, 109.
Yep, that's what I thought.
Yes.
Yep, I remember. Anybody else?
Afternoon, how y'all doing? Jose Martinez, 200 San Sebastian Court, probably 1212. Just want to say, probably start by saying I'm probably the youngest person here, but so I live with the Sapphire, and me and my girlfriend, we had the mold problems. And basically, all I want to say is, the mold is crazy. The mold is crazy, and I'm a plumber. Been doing plumbing for like 5 years, and I don't think understand what black mold is. What they want to go and do is to take care of the mold is go and clean out the vents. What they don't understand is black mold is, like she said, airborne. They go and touch all that stuff, but it's just going to spread, paint over it, spread, but that's all they want to do. And I went to the office. I said, look, my girlfriend's pregnant. We just went out of our lease. We love our apartment. We love our view, have a nice view, beautiful pool, beautiful place. It's just the mold. If it wasn't for the mold, we would want to stay. We love our apartment, but they don't want to let us out our lease. That's how we just want to get out of our lease, because we're pregnant. We can't just be. We're breathing that in, day out. She's breathing all that. It's crazy to me, and they won't let us out of our lease. It's like I said, we love our apartment. We would stay there, but right now, and like I said, they won't let us out our lease. So, I mean, what other choice do we have? 'Cause we want to get a house in 6 months. We went to go look at houses. They said 6 months, just put our credit. But during those 6 months, we're going to go to live with our grandma because we can't stay there. And so we're going to have to pay rent, not even staying there because we don't want to break our lease because that's going to look bad on our credit. So we got to pay rent, not even staying there because, we try and buy a house in 6 months. And, it's crazy. I went to the office and said, I don't want no problems. I just want out of our lease. You go about your way, we go about ours. It's just the mold. If it wasn't mold, I want to be there. Like I said before, we love our apartment. It's just I'm a plumber. I know what black mold does. I know what it does to you. Been working with mold for a lot of years, and they don't understand it's just airborne. I guess they weren't trying to fix it. It's too far gone to fix. The first step to getting rid of black mold is to get rid of the moisture. How are they going to get rid of the moisture between the AC vents? It just don't make sense to me. And they're saying that they're taking it day by day. They don't this is our health. They have the office people walking inside with suits and masks and stuff. This is how we're living every day. For them to be walking in with suits and masks, what are y'all scared of? We're living these are the apartments that y'all are selling to us.
15 seconds.
That's really all I had to say. But
like I said, there's an agenda item.
Yeah,
you'll hear where we're up to.
That's long story short. We're just trying to go about our way. They're trying to go about our way, but they're making it so hard. She's pregnant. We're just trying to go about our way. Just simple as that.
Thank you. Anybody else? Sure.
My name is Kevin Hare, 1523 Saxony Lane. And I just wanted to talk about the Airbnb short-term rentals. I'm single father of a 3.5-year-old. Her mom passed away January of 23. So we're it. I've lived in Nassau Bay since 1975. I love this city, but it's not the same city that I grew up in. And the police next door have come next door 9 times since 2019. I don't even know if the guy finally got the hotel insurance or whatever he was supposed to get. I know he put an addition on his house. He didn't get permitted. And he's even had the police called on him by the people that were renting his place.
What is your address again?
1523 Saxony Lane. And I've reported this before, and I can't remember her name, but the lady that actually works in there to make sure people have the permits, she said that he gives her all kind of help every time that she calls. So I don't know if he ever got it, but a few weeks ago, there was an incident, and I took a picture of the car that was leaving, but it's got blackout plates on it. So that's what we're letting in our neighborhood now. And first of all, you don't know because you can't vet everybody. You have no idea who's renting that place. And if they have blackout plates, they take my daughter, where did she go? You have no idea. Can't track it if they gave a fake name. So myself, I don't want short-term rentals here anymore. I've called the HOA after we did the vote. They told me it's up to city council. I talked to a lady because of my job that's a couple houses down from you, Mayor, and she said that she was told that it's not city council, it's up to HOA. So somebody needs to do something.
I just want to intervene there. I'll give you a little bit more, but it's state law that restricts councils from being able to act. We regulate, we try to do the things because I'm not a big fan of STRs. I think everybody here knows that. And we try to make sure that at a minimum we get the insurance, and in case they do something like destroying public property, that we have an insurance to be able to do that. But that still doesn't mitigate your issue.
Yeah, you can't insure a kid.
Yeah, correct.
And then for the HOA to tell me that it's up to you, that's wrong. They should tell the truth. Why did we vote if nothing's ever going to happen? Why send that out twice? Why not just say, oh, well, it doesn't make sense to me. So I don't want to hear.
And it's right next to you, which is.
Yes. 1527.
Okay.
So I just don't want them. I don't know why we have them here. And like I said, it's not the neighborhood that I grew up in. I actually moved away. I came back because I wanted her raised in this neighborhood like I was, but it's not the same.
Thank you.
So I appreciate it.
Just real quickly, with our flock system, if we have a blackout plate, does it? Yeah, correct.
Okay, well, so I can get with you. But Sergeant May
Please.
was actually the one that came in.
Okay. Thank you.
Charlotte Wilbur, 18230 Goodland. I'm actually up here because I moved my people in my heart that are suffering with mold, living under those conditions, and nobody helping them. And I heard a lady say corruption. You said you have an agenda. I hope all of you have an agenda. I hope you find out why it's being covered up. We had code enforcement. Why wasn't that taken care of then? So talk. These people are tired of it. You help them.
Hi, I'm Sandra Snyder. I'm in Bay House Apartments. I was in apartment 72. After the fire, they stuck us in a vacant apartment. They didn't want to give it just a choice or anything. We've been dealing with mold, roaches, flies. I had the screen, the glass door come off the hinges and fell on me and fractured my neck. They don't fix anything. They have been so rude to us. They put a fake lease on our account. And then all of a sudden Friday, I get an email from them with a new lease, which I can't read and I don't want to click on it because I'm scared I'll sign something. But, they're trying to get me to sign a lease 2 months later, but they want me to backdate it. And I don't think that's right. And then they also have a different company's name on the, from what I could tell, I couldn't read good on the phone. So, but yeah, like, crazy stuff, we've just been through it. I've been there 3 years, and not one management company has made it a whole year through there. Usually by November, December, you got a new company coming in. And it's really frustrating, And they never told us we had a pay room or anything. And last month when it showed up for my old apartment, and I went and tried to get them to fix it. Well, they want me to pay the full price for my 3-bedroom, 3-bath, even though we can't live there. And they gave us 72 hours to get our stuff out, and they took control over it. So it left me without a lease. So I don't know what to do, I can't just up and move because we lost everything in the fire, between the fire, mold, water damage. I'm trying to save up money to move, but I just need somebody to do something because it is really bad. And even the apartment they put us in, when my mom came over the other day, she could smell the mold. So, but that's pretty much it.
Thank you.
Say one thing real quick. To that guy that came up here, that's code enforcement that does the short-term rentals. And there's supposed to be a software that the city has that tracks all that to make sure that they're actually legitimately supposed to be there. So, should be using it.
Anybody else?
How's it going, everyone? My name is Cody Stewart at the Sapphire Resort Apartments. Number is 2329. Mayor, I do appreciate you coming out. I honestly do not want to go ahead and tell the office about any of the mold because I have witnessed them actually paint over the mold, and it's so bad that now there's mold more and more that's growing inside my apartment. I have had my grandmother, she can't stay there. She has asthma and all these other health risks. I've been out for work for about a week now, going on to 2, because I just haven't been able to breathe right. Especially I've been getting sick, and I'm also hurting a lot too. So it's been putting a lot on me, and I know I have been sending y'all some photos as well. And of course, I do agree with more and more people need to go ahead, come up here. And I know the Sapphire has already sent me a termination to get out my lease, and I know that's going to probably affect my credit. But how can I pay for my bills if I'm not working, if I'm going and suffering through all this mold? I've actually had residents that actually came up, checked out the apartment, and they even told me that my apartment is so bad. It's been worse than a lot of others. I'm not trying to compare to, of course, a lot of y'all. I know there are some that are worse than others, but
You'll be interested in the statistics, so we've got data.
Right.
And that's one of the things I want to communicate, because it's not just all talk. It is, we've got some real action items.
Okay, because I do want to get this situated, and I do want to go ahead and get out of there, but I'm afraid they're going to just tell me no.
Yep.
Especially they already sent me an eviction notice as is right here.
Yep.
And I don't know what to do about that, honestly. They want to take me to court for it, but I mean, I don't know how to really go about that, except for I have to prove that the water, every time they shut off the water or turn back on, it comes out with this nasty brown color of water. It looks like rust that's spitting out.
And it smells bad.
Thank you. Yeah. I mean, the water is so bad. Honestly, if y'all live in the Sapphire, don't even touch their water. It is so disgusting. And
20
I am
seconds,
worried.
Cody, 20 seconds.
Okay. And I am worried about everyone, but that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Yep. Others. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Hi, council. I appreciate you guys being here. This is my first every time being to a city council. We've lived over in the Sapphire for right about a year and a half, coming up on a year and a half in December. And just kind of to add on to the mold situation, I found out about
full name and address.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Andrew Richards, 2004, San Sebastian Court, apartment 2315.
Which apartment again? I'm sorry.
2315, sir.
Thank you.
So just kind of wanted to tack on to what everybody else is saying. Like I said, first time being here. The community at Sapphire has kind of been talking about this for a while, but every time flyers get put up or things of that nature, torn down within a day, day and a half. So really hard for residents to kind of find out about what you guys are trying to put together here, or the opportunity that you're giving people to come and speak and kind of say their piece. We've obviously got mold in the house. It's coming up through the pipes into both of the toilets. It's coming in through the windows and the bedrooms, between the window and the floor. And kind of similar to what everybody else has been talking about. It's either kind of swept under the rug, or they just kind of make you feel like you're crazy, or they come in and paint. I know the gentleman who was speaking, I think 2 before me, I live on the same level as him, probably 4 units across, and they're painting almost every day of the week. So just want to say my piece. I don't know if I'll be here whenever we get to the discussion point later this evening.
Just so you know, it's being recorded, and you can get it at
Oh, excellent. Okay.
Posted.
If somebody wouldn't mind showing me where to go to access that, I would really appreciate it. So that's it. Just want to say my piece, kind of tack on to kind of the stories of everybody else here. Kind of just another drop in the bucket, I guess.
Thank
you. Towards doing something about it. So thank you guys.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. I've already spoke. I just have to say one more thing. You can give me a minute, 3 minutes. I don't know. So with everybody here vouching that they are doing the covering up, isn't that considered a violation? They have to have a license to do the mold remediation.
I'll address that. Just there's actions taken on that. So.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
I'd like to.
My name is Kevin McGowan, Warehouse Apartments, 4125. Moved in April. I moved in 3 weeks. I moved out of that apartment for mold. And my later, I moved out of that apartment for fire. I moved into a really nasty apartment. And never was given, it was explained that we structured my lease. And my main concern is I've been working constantly to make sure that I don't destroy my own credit. I moved in these apartments thinking I like Nassau, I like the area, I like the water, I like the view. I think I can live over here. Well, at the end of the day, I'm now faced with eviction. I lost everything, all my property, all my expense. I'm 51 years old. I've accumulated so many things over the years. I've been in 4 states, and I've accumulated so many things in this apartment complex, a Bay House. Due to the fire, it was forced to leave our apartment, and it was left open by maintenance. We pretty much lost everything valuable in our apartment. And the office says they can't do anything about it. It's not their problem. I called the police. They can't do anything about it. And now I got to go to court for an eviction that at the end of the day, there was no fault of my own. I did nothing that I did to get me an eviction. And how am I supposed to, how do you go, what do you do when you feel like your hands are tied? Like there's nothing I can do about any of it. I lost everything, all my furniture, all my property, I lost everything. And now and at the end of the day, I'm going to wind up with bad credit too. It's unbelievable. I can't believe that this is allowed. It's like you have no choice in what they do to you. You just have to take it. You just have to eat it. And I think that's so unfair. And I just wish that if they could see or if they could come and live. I know that if it was their place, if they was living where we live, they would not take it. But we have to. We have no choice. And I feel like it's just so unfair. And I just wish, and I feel for everyone. I feel for everyone in here because I know you wouldn't be here if you didn't have to be. Like I wouldn't be here if I didn't have to be, but I just feel like I have to say something. Somebody has to know there's something that I know can be done. And I just hope that you guys can help us. Like we're facing eviction on Thursday through no fault of our own. We're going to get bad credit, lose everything, have nowhere to go. We had like 2 weeks to prepare, for after you lost everything. We moved in. We lived in 3 apartments in the same complex in less than 4 months. I think that's ridiculous, and none of it was our fault. And I just want some help, and I just want people to know what's going on.
What's your apartment number again?
125.
125. Anybody else? Anybody else?
Hi, I'm part of the youngest as well here. My name is Yvette Diaz. I live at the Sapphire Resort Apartments, apartment 1212. This is my second time being pregnant. So my miscarriage that I had, I did not know I was breathing in mold this whole entire time. And I spoke to my OB, and mold can cause easily to lose pregnancy. It's upsetting because I was expecting twins. I was 4 months in, and it's upsetting, very upsetting. And he sits back here in the back, and voice calls, and it's upsetting. upsetting me. He's aware of everything.
She lost her name before you said it. You don't want to make a comment? You don't want to say nothing? You just want to say it?
Yeah.
Boy, I'm not here to cause any trouble.
No,
I
you're
just want
not.
to see my peace.
Mhm.
You know, as a woman, it's hard to deal with stuff like that. I'm sorry.
No, girl, let it out. This is not right. Exactly what they need to hear. Hope you feel what she's feeling.
I work every day so hard. And to experience and to feel that I might lose this other one is insane. And I've said, I've lived at Sapphire for almost 2 years. Paid my bill on time. I worked so hard for my money for my age. I worked so hard in school, and I have to do everything. We have to do everything on our own. We don't rely on nobody. And it's hard. It gets harder. And then to go and speak our piece to management. And they just, it's how rude they are. They're not listening. And I'm not trying to cause any drama. I just want something that I understand it's mold. It's black mold. And it's hard to sit there and deal with it. And, you know, I've never, ever felt that way. I never felt like I'm forced to live somewhere I literally can't breathe. My skin itches every day. I'm congested every morning. It's not okay. And I don't blame y'all because y'all have so much on y'all's plate. I know y'all have so much on your plate. As a mayor, I understand y'all have so much. It's just upsetting how 2 buildings across from each other are dealing with so much mold. And we have to sit there and deal with it. That's all I want to say. It's hard.
Thanks.
It's really hard.
Thank you. Anybody else? Anybody else?
I can say something I forgot.
If you quickly, yep. Are you?
Oh, let her go.
First, I just want to let you know, the prices we're paying according to our lease, like on my 3-3, I'm paying $2,100, $2,120. That apartment goes for $1,805. It says all utilities included, and even the apartment they put me in, because they're trying to get me to backdate the lease, same thing. So, and they're currently offering 2 months promotion for new residents. And I was told by the regional manager, I think her name's Michelle Hill, that that's only for new people. The people that were in the fire, we have to take care of ourselves. I was basically told that by the leasing agent, Mercedes. So I just want y'all to know.
Thank
you. My name is Teresa Johnson, and I live in Sapphire on 2329. And I have gotten really sick with that mold. I mean, it's so bad that I can't even breathe. And I'm not living there anymore. I'm paying rent, and I'm moving out. And these people are trying to take us to court for this. Why? We're all suffering. Everyone is suffering with this mold, and it is pretty bad. I am not going to pay rent like my grandson says. They want to take us to court? Fine. We'll break the lease. In fact, we are already moving out. The mold is right there by my window, my bedroom, and it's hard for me to breathe. I'm getting a letter from a doctor. I'm getting documents from other people that I have to show my lawyer because I cannot live there. And if nobody likes it, I'm sorry. There's no way I'm going to put up with that. It is kind of hard, just like that lady who lost her kids. Doesn't anybody has any consideration about all this? What's going on? Somebody needs to go over there and knock the apartments down because there's no way paint's going to cover it up. And we smell it, and we're breathing on all this. So what are we supposed to do? That's what I want to know. What are they gonna do about these apartments? There ain't no way. And this manager that's managing this apartments, she's being a real, you know what? Because she doesn't want to listen to any of us. We go up there, we tell her, well, there's nothing I can do about it. Well, what the hell are you doing here if you can't do nothing about it? That's what I want to know. I mean, you know, what are you supposed to do? Tell me. I want to get the hell out of there. Excuse my French, y'all. But it's so wrong. I know you guys been there. The water is so nasty. It looks like something coming out of that water every time they shut the water off.
Just so you know, we have an agenda item on this. We don't go back and forth on very much, but we hear exactly what you're saying. We know what you're doing. We know exactly.
But what are they going to do about these apartments? This is what I want to know.
Listen to the agenda item.
Okay.
That's so we can have full discussion.
Thank you.
That's just procedure.
Okay.
So. Anybody else? Not paying right now. Let me just say, I do know that I see Benny, you're back. Did you want to say anything?
No.
Okay. That's right. Anybody else? Going once? Going twice? 3 times? Citizens hearing's closed. And I'll say this, I apologize. It looks like we're not being responsive. It's just, that's the rules that we have up here. We're not really, I'm even kind of breaking it by saying the things here, and there'll be an agenda item where you'll hear the full discussion. I just want to let you know. Okay. Then the next is the public hearing number 1, a public hearing number 24-00079-PUD. A request from Hum Tran Art Studios to amend the zoning ordinances by changing the zoning classification of 0.5022 acres listed as TR5 A-13 South Field Survey reference Houston Orchard Company Webster, according to the plat thereof as recorded in Plat Book 3, page 73, HCMR, the public records of Harris County, Texas, also known as 1910 East Nassau Road 1, from commercial C zoning district to planned unit development, HUD zoning district for a mixed-use development with parking and leasable tenant space for retail use to be located on the first floor and a dialysis center on the second floor. Just so everyone's clear, this is the Arafat property at the corner of Upper Bay and Nassau Road 1. This is where there were a number of, it was a car repair shop, but it was also alleged to have a number of car sales and cars there, which has now been stopped. And the owners of the property, I think it is a cousin of Airfest, is a doctor and wants to put in a professional building here in its place. So this is something that'll be a complete knockdown of every aspect of that property, and a new modern 3-story building with parking is being asked to be done here. So I say that also just to make sure everyone's up to speed on what we're looking for here. The request is very simply to extend the contiguous footprint of what was used to redevelop the town square area. It actually bumps adjacent to it, so it's just to add that half acre to that, so the laws of the PUD apply versus the law of zoning C, which will allow them to do what they want to do. Okay.
Can I ask?
Absolutely.
Does this encompass the property behind what used to be the Shell station, or is this just the NASA one?
Just the Shell. So that retail shopping center, is that what you're talking about? Yes. That is not included in this. This is just this corner.
Okay.
And just so you know, I went up and walked the property with Paul. They're actually being very good about the setbacks. They're actually using the older setbacks so that if you see the banking building just right over here, which is the old banking building, they're aligning their frontage on the Nassau Road, on Upper Bay Road to align perfectly with that. It's this exact line. So where you see their setback is what they're planning, is their setback. So I was really, really pleased with that. And like I said, this is a full knockdown and rebuild.
And you said 3 stories, or this indicates 2?
So it's a 3-story. First story is a parking lot, or the parking garage, which will not be seen like a parking garage. It will look like a first floor.
Okay, and then above the parking would be retail, and then
I believe they say it's mixed use, but I believe their intention is to have another medical tenant in there for medical services, for medical professionals. Or correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah.
So I do all medical.
All medical. No nonprofit. This is a public hearing, so believe it or not, this is, if anybody wants to speak up, about this redevelopment. I think everyone knows when I mentioned this property, it's been one that's been on a lot of people's radar, and it's finally being one that's going to get completely knocked down, and a new building is going to be erected for a completely different purpose. The specific use permit that was there, that was allowing cars to be parked there, will now cease to exist.
So, Mayor, do we have a rendering that the residents can see? Are you looking at a rendering?
We've already seen it, but I mean, it is available.
On the screen?
Yeah. So I don't know if you have it on the screen.
I don't think it's. I mean, like how many cars for parking? How big is this? Nice to see it if you want the residents to get behind it.
I think it's important for the city to.
Do you have that available? Just put it up.
I don't believe that was included in the packet. I can check.
That's that right there. Yeah. Do you guys have a rendering? Yeah, here. This is also for you guys to speak too. I mean, if you'd like, this is here. This is this is a public hearing. This is not just a thing. Yeah. So.
It's parking garage.
Yeah. So here's what it'll look like.
I'd love to see that too.
Yeah, here, pass it down.
So it's 2 stories, not 3 stories now?
Yeah.
2 stories? You got no parking? How many parking spaces?
40 parking spots.
Does that require a special use permit?
It does not.
Will the entrance be on Upper Bay or off of Nassau?
I believe it's.
There will be 2 entrances on both Nassau Road and Upper Bay. That'll be hard to get. We can put it on the screen.
But this business isn't anything that.
Would you like to come to the mic, please?
Yeah.
If it's medical, does that mean it's not?
Yeah, so we should have people come up to the mic.
Or the developers.
Yeah.
So what's the purpose of it being on the agenda? Because it's medical and you want to get property taxes?
So no, it's not correct. We're,
You gotta show it on the screen though.
I'm not so sure we have it on digital. We don't have it digital.
My phone, I can tell it for you. Okay, so my name is Robert Tomlinson. I'm actually a project manager that is doing the design and licensing of this project. I do work with Dr. Abdul Latif, who is Arafat's brother, who is a nephrologist, and he has he works here at the hospital right behind us. He is a professor as well at UTMB. So we were proposed to demo the entire property, as the mayor said, to build a multi-function facility. First floor will have about 2,000 square foot of retail space, storage space as well. Second floor will be about 8,000 square feet 7,000 of it will be a 16-station dialysis facility. And there will be a driveway where patients can drive up to the second floor, drop themselves, get dropped off in the facility, and then come back down. Or there will be an elevator from the first floor. Parking will be underneath the building on the first floor. I believe we have 38 or 40 parking spots there, which is going to be plenty of parking for the amount of traffic that we expect in that building. Truly,
It's about 20% more than what we've had in the rest of the budget.
Right. So it is going to be a very beautiful facility, I believe. It's been designed to be very aesthetic attractive, and we will, of course, adhere to all of the current PUD requirements for shrubs and the landscape. So I believe it's very
build
needed.
on that. You guys we had a meeting and you actually said you're going to make it consistent with landscaping from what has been established out on Nassau Road.
Yes, absolutely. So it's going to match exactly what's out on Nassau Road. And in this area, if you're familiar with the dialysis industry or facility, there's not a dialysis industry or that services this hospital. So if we put one here, then it's going to be very easy for us to focus with patients and other practices in the area as well.
Can you clarify on the bottom floor, you said it's going to be retail and storage. Can you explain what you mean by retail?
So they'll be, well, I think the brother is talking about doing like possibly a flower shop or something like that down underneath. And then we'll have some storage for supplies that will be used for the practices upstairs as well.
So is the reason that this is on the agenda because you have to vote on and approve this? Is that why it's on the agenda?
They are wanting it to be part of the planned urban development that is next door in order to be able to, and not under the current Zone C, which is legacy before we did the town square. So that's what they're asking us to do.
They want, so you have to approve that. And is that because they are a medical facility, they won't be paying property taxes?
No, a medical facility does not determine whether they pay taxes or not, or as a nonprofit is more to say. There is a number of medical practices that are private practices that pay taxes. This would be a private property and they would pay taxes.
So why do they want to be part of this PUD? What's the purpose of being part of the PUD and asking you to approve that?
So my understanding was just in regards to some of the specifications and in regards, this allows them to I think have an entryway as well as a height setback. So
yeah, I think it's setbacks and everything that was part of the reason why we were encouraged to do a PUD.
What does that mean, setbacks? What do you mean exactly? Like, do you have more of a setback or less of a setback? Are you gonna have more of a setback from the curb or less of a setback?
Less of a setback.
So that's why you want to have you're gonna
particularly on
yeah. But because the upper floor is actually going to be a pretty large area, so it's going to get very, very close.
So when you come off of Nassau Road 1, there's going to be one parking place or two sets of parking places?
There's going to be one parking spot under the building.
Yeah.
And on that first.
So the building's going to come straight up Nassau Road.
It's going to come close. Yes. It will be.
It's
But it
still
doesn't go outside the footprint that's already there, right? Like
the
the sidewalk and all, nothing's changing with that.
No.
It is.
You're just saying the building where it's currently at right now
It's
would come forward, you still
Correct.
have parking spaces
Under.
right there in the front and underneath the building, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you're not expanding the property with like getting closer to Nassau Road 1, correct?
And particularly on Upper Bay Road, you're 25 feet, which is the same as the bank building that's right down there.
Yeah.
Yeah, the rendering looks like there's a decent setback from
There is.
Upper Bay Road.
Yeah.
That's, yes, correct.
So do they already
And
own
we'll
this
have
property?
a delivery there on that Bay Road. Yeah, where 18 wheelers will come in and drop off supplies.
Do you own it? I mean, do you have any similar facilities to this already? Or have you built any of these similar, built any similar?
We have
facilities?
other luxury dialysis this is gonna be part of a change. There's another luxury dialysis that is at 600 North Kobayashi. As part of that building there.
Do you have any numbers on what kind of tax, income that generates for that area?
No, I don't have that part of it, I'm sorry.
Is council gonna wanna see a traffic survey? And Phil, how come this didn't go through the planning commission?
It did, and it passed unanimously. So I just want to, this is.
Never heard that presented.
Yeah, so it was actually presented, I think it was done about 4 months ago.
Yes.
And there was, concerns that I had in regards to the setbacks, in regards to the parking, and in regards to the landscaping.
I feel like prime real estate right there on the corner of Nassau, in front of Nassau Bay, should be something that tourists would want to come to and see and enjoy the city and bring tax dollars to the city, not another medical. Like, I feel like we're living in a retirement community, and it's not. We've got a lot of younger families around that would like to enjoy.
They own the property.
Yeah, they own the property.
So that's all I have.
All right, any other questions, any other comments? Okay, public hearing is closed. Number 2, council input and discussion regarding the multifamily housing and public health. And I know there's a lot of people here. No, public hearing, I went down too far. Public hearing number 2, a public hearing on the fiscal year 2024 proposed annual budget for the city of Nassau Bay, Texas. And this again is a public hearing. This is open for discussion. And what we thought is we'd have Jaime, kind of give a overview of the proposed budget that we're going to be voting on later tonight.
Sure. Yeah.
While they're setting that up, I just have a question, but how do we know, like, budget money is really being spent where it says it's being spent? Like, as a city resident, how do, like, if we see a budget, how do we know that that money's really going to where we think it's going?
We give a financial accounting, and we actually get numbers along that line, and then we try to meet quarterly to be able to say where the money's been spent, where it's deviated. And there's rules in regards to the authority for the city manager that I believe it's $30,000. It may be as high as 50. That unless there's an approved line item, he cannot spend those. And the other one those are restrictions around. Is that, you guys okay? I mean, but yeah, there's rules that enforce that. So.
Right.
All right, good evening, council. Good evening, council, mayor, residents. I'd like to give a brief budget overview of the fiscal year 2025 budget. So we had many budget workshops, probably around 8 or 10 workshops, including an EDC workshop. So the priorities that City Council identified is continue to renew our infrastructure, public safety, continue to make the necessary investments to create a safe and peaceful community, beautification, partner with the Economic Development Corporation on the Nassau Road 1 median beautification project, and also partner with EDC to promote our city to attract business and utilize the EDC strong reserves to assist or incentivize business attraction or retention. So those are our priorities for that fiscal year. Okay, So our total budget is 17.9 million. Our two largest funds are the general fund, which is our operating fund. That funds our public safety, public works, parks, code enforcement, and administration. And the second largest fund is the water and sewer. That funds our water and sewer systems. Our largest sources of revenue is property tax revenue. That makes up 29% of our revenues. And the second largest is utility fees. That makes up 29% as well. So these 8 categories here make up 87% of our revenues. The other 13% is other revenue made up of municipal court, transfers from other funds, interest revenue, special revenue, and miscellaneous revenue. So let's discuss the proposed property tax rate. So the city uses the no new revenue tax rate as its baseline to set its proposed tax rate. What does the no new revenue tax rate represent? It's the legally calculated tax rate established in Truth in Taxation that will provide the city with approximately the same amount of revenue it received in the previous years on properties taxed in both years. Due to property values decreasing, the no new revenue tax rate requirement is 0.660499. Last year, the city adopted a tax rate of 0.656603. Adopting the same tax rate would generate less revenue, approximately $26,000, on properties taxed in both years. So the city's starting point is the no new revenue tax rate of 0.660499. To invest in our priorities, City's Council is proposing to add an additional penny to the new revenue tax rate. This will generate an additional $62,000 in property tax revenue. The proposed property tax revenue for the fiscal year 2025 budget will be 0.670499. How does this impact a homeowner? For a home that is valued at $375,000, the homeowner will see an annual increase to their property tax bill of approximately $37.50. Unfinished business. Exemptions that impact this year's budget were due to the county in the spring of 2024. As a result, increasing the over 65 homestead exemption could not be considered in this year's budget. Staff and council will review the current exemption and decide prior to next year's deadline on whether to increase it or keep it the same. So this is a comparison of our property tax rates over the years. From 2015 to 2019, the city's tax rate was 74 cents. Our current proposed tax rate is significantly lower than prior years. It's at 0.670499. In 2024, we increased it to set aside $300,000, the ladder truck. This year, we're increasing the no new revenue rate slightly to fund our priorities. Okay, so let's talk about our priorities. Oh, no, we're still on water sewer. Right there. Proposed water sewer rates. Last year, City Council approved new water and sewer rates for residential and commercial customers. Council decided not to change last year's approved rates for residential. So our current rates for 0 to 5,000 is $3.80. Council last year approved $3.99 for this upcoming fiscal year. So for this budget, that $3.99 will remain the same. We're not touching the residential. So impact to homeowner for last year's approved rates from the current rate to the 2025 rate. For a home that consumes 5,000 gallons of water, their monthly bill will increase by $1.95. That's $23.40 on an annual basis. So there are 3 changes from last year's approved water sewer rates. We're increasing the water multifamily base rate by $1. We're creating tier water rates for commercial, and also an increase to the commercial sewer rate. So last year, we had a commercial rate of 14.59. So this fiscal year, we created 2 tiers. One for 0 to 100,000 of gallons consumed, that's gonna remain at 14.59. Anything over 100,000 is gonna increase to 19.20. Why? Because the largest consumers of water put the most pressure on our water and sewer system. So they should carry most of the burden on the CIP projects. In addition, we'll be increasing the sewer rate for all commercial accounts from 621 to 1198. So for a business that consumes 40,000 gallons of water, their monthly bill will increase by $230 a month. That's $2,700 on an annual basis. The changes will generate an additional $300,000 in revenue. And our consultant who prepared the water sewer studies here tonight, she'll speak on, she'll give additional more information on the water sewer rates. All right, so continuing on. The general fund budget, the reserves. So we're required to have 90 days of reserves. So right now our proposed revenues is 7.2 million. We're projected to carry over 1.9 from fiscal year 25 into fiscal year 25, fiscal year 24 to fiscal year 25. Our proposed fiscal year 25 expenditures is 7.2 million with one-time and capital items of 302,000. So our projected fund balance for fiscal year 2025 is $2 million. So what is our 90-day reserve requirement? It's $1.7 million. So we have an excess funds of $301,000, and $300,000 of that is set aside for the ladder truck. So that leaves us with 1,000 in excess reserves. So let's talk about our priorities. Renewed infrastructure. So we'll start with the general fund. We're replacing critical IT equipment. And the special revenue fund, we're going to put $100,000 to work to PEG money, which is public, educational, and government access funds for live streaming equipment for our public meetings. On the water and sewer side, we're investing $677,000 in projects. The big project for this year will be the water tower painting, which is $500,000. So on the street sales tax, we're going to continue additional paving of $387,000, along with sealing and striping and crosswalks.
And this isn't just the painting of the outside of the tower. This is the caring for the interior of the tower.
Let me
Okay.
talk. I'll
If it's
talk
not
to that.
possible-
So, this was came up here. The painting that's through the tower is something we deferred. Now this will be the 3rd year out that if we didn't do anything that we do. The critical aspect of the water tower is the internal. That's where the water actually touches the metal. That's where corrosion can take place. There's a special coating in there that degrades over time. And we are now at the really past life of that coating. So that water tower would be $2.5–3 million to replace. We don't want to have any structural damage to it. So this is now we're going in and we're going to be the exterior will be painted, but the real money is going to be on the interior to refab and recoat and repaint the insides and make sure that any failure parts are taken care of and maintained properly the next 10–15 years.
What's that, Mayor?
Okay.
All right. So carryover projects. These are projects that were started in last fiscal year, previous fiscal years. So we have about 2.7 million of those. 2 million on the water sewer side. You're familiar with these projects. The big piece is the water line project that we got the certificates of obligation for last year, and also the COVID money. We hope to have the COVID money spent this upcoming fiscal year. And I think the water line project, that'll be about 1.5 years or so, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then also we still have some sewer lift station generator money from the 2021 that we need to spend. On the capital project side, we hope to spend all our remaining 2021 certificate of obligation money. And those projects are made up of stormwater projects. Primarily, they're all stormwater projects. SCADA, line improvements, backup power, and we have some paving as well, 33,000. So total infrastructure projects for current year and carryover is $4 million. Public safety. So this impacts the CIP and operating budget as well. So on the general fund side, we're making an investment of about $400,000 in public safety. About $118,000 of that is a salary increase for our PD. We're also purchasing some armored ballistic vests. The ones they currently have reach end of life. Upfitting for the new PD vehicle. We're purchasing EMS cardiac monitor that's reached end of life. And we're also purchasing a power stair chair. We're making that investment because that's more of a safety issue on our EMS staff. And then we're making an additional funding for the fire phone callers and the second year for the public safety radio. Carryover projects from prior fiscal years on the capital projects fund. We have about $140,000. It's the grid conversion on the PD side, year one of the public safety radios, and the first installment of the $40,000 for the fire phone callers. So we have a total CIP and operating impact of about $500,000. So. Beautification. So this is CIP and operating. So the Economic Development Corporation is going to fund the third tranche of Majewel Palms on the medians on Nassau Road 1. That's approximately about $130,000. On the general fund side, we're increasing funding for Beautification Day Fall Suite by $7,000. Carryover projects from prior fiscal years from the Capital Projects Fund. This is money from the 2021 certificate obligations. About $200,000 of David Baron Park improvements. Total CIP and operating that's going to be dedicated to beautification, about $337,000. Economic development. So this is operating, and of course CIP that we've discussed before. So the EDC, they have about $557,000 in reserves. We're going to utilize those reserves to assist or incentivize business attraction or retention. Also, we increase our promotion budget by $10,000 to promote our city to attract new cities. And of course, all the infrastructure improvements and public safety investments that I spoke about earlier, that will create a more favorable business environment. So debt obligations. So this year, we have debt obligations of $1.8 million. So we have different funding sources to fund that. So the Nassau Management District chips in about $33,000. The lease revenue generated by the conference center downstairs chips in $164,000. Utility fees fund $781,000. The redevelopment authority, $356,000. And the remaining amount is from property taxes, $433,000. That comes out to the $1.8 million for our debt obligations. All right, tourism. So for tourism, this is hotel occupancy tax, beds and heads and beds. So this year, we set aside $134,000 to promote our arts and special events, $70,000 for promotional events, and we have $1.8 million in excess reserves. So we have plenty of excess reserves to take advantage of any opportunities that come our way on the tourism side. Special revenue, we have a couple of grants that we're waiting to finalize the contract. As a result, they're not in the budget. As soon as we finalize those contracts, here maybe in the next 3 months or so, I'll do a budget amendment for those grants. So we have the 2022 FEMA Elevation Grant that's going to elevate an additional 19 homes. That's a total contract of $5.8 million. We also have a 2022 scoping grant. That's $219,000. That's a study to identify which residential house raising projects should be pursued in the future so we can apply for under the next funding cycle. And then the animal control, they received a large donation from a resident. Right now, the remaining balance as of 2024 is $318,000. So for the upcoming fiscal year, they have plans of purchasing a $65,000 van that will be used to pull their trailer when it comes to evacuating from the city. And then there's another $35,000 that they'll use for any other additional capital expenditures. Headcount. So right now, our full-time equivalent for the city is 55 employees. We did add one headcount for facilities maintenance. That headcount will be allocated between the general fund and the water sewer fund 50-50. Total headcount costs to the operating budget is $79,000. So as you know, our largest expenditure is payroll. So for fiscal year 25, we have a percent change of 537. So the 537 is primarily, that increase is primarily related to items 2 and 4. The wage increase for the police department, which is 118,000, the facilities maintenance headcount, and the part-time park summer help. So, and there's also a 4% merit baked into the budget. This will be based on employee performance. This exempts EMS and PD. PD falls under their STEP program. So health insurance costs, no increase on health insurance costs this fiscal year, and pension expense was less than 1% decrease. All right, maintenance and operations. So we had an increase of about 5%, and that's related to primarily all those items up there. So we're including an open records tracking software, firefighter physicals. We had an increased operating budget for the SCC and Parks Committee, an increase to the operating budgets for Public Works and Parks for maintenance projects. We had an increase for PD jail services and the flat note subscription. That will be an annual charge going forward of $45,000. And this doesn't include any personnel transfers out, contingency, or one-time expenditures. This is truly M&O. Water sewer fund. So we have an increase of about 8%. It's just getting more expensive to operate the water sewer fund. But the increase was related to a couple of new line items. Lake maintenance and $15,000. It's no longer going to be funded in the general fund. It's going to be going to the water sewer. And we've added a line item for pump equipment rental. So every summer, in preparation for the hurricane season, we rent out some pumps for stormwater. And reserves for the water sewer fund. So right now, our proposed revenues is $5.3 million. We're bringing over about 4.5 in reserves from FY24. Proposed FY25 expenditures is 6.1 million. We have capital items of about 2.7 million. So we're projecting a fund balance of 3.7 million in the water sewer fund. Of that 3.7, we have to reserve 184,000 for our debt service. GFOA recommends a reserve of about 45 days, which is about 400-some thousand. And of course, we still have the money that we're carrying over from the CO 24. And we've set aside about 825,000 for the future sewer force main replacement. And that leaves us with excess reserves of about 1.2 million. So that gives us a total number of days of excess reserves of about 129 days. All right, so what's next? Hopefully we'll adopt the budget tonight. We'll present all truth and taxation items tonight as well. And council needs to accept the proposed rates and values. If we do not adopt the budget tonight, then we have to the 20th. That's our last day to adopt. And if we don't adopt it on the 20th, then our fiscal year 24 budget will roll over to fiscal year 25. September 23rd, we have a public hearing. And if council accepts the proposed rates, then we'll adopt the tax rate. And that will be the end of budget season.
Anything else?
That's it.
Well done, Tiger.
Let's need some
Well
water.
This is a public hearing. Anybody who wants to speak on the budget?
Budget. I had a few bucks in there, so we put the city of Nassau Bay. Repaint the water tower. Let's put the city of Nassau Bay, Texas on there, so it doesn't look like a subdivision. I've been talking to Jason about that, the city manager, about that for years. Ran in our cities in Portland, when you have Nassau Bay on there, it looks like almost a subdivision. Just put the city of Nassau Bay, Texas on there, and help brand it.
Hey, Bill, comment just on, so Heidi put in, I think it's about $300,000 for street repairs in the budget.
A little more than that, but it's about 400,000 plus some additional other ones. But yeah, go ahead.
So the question I have, is that enough? Because I know there's a tremendous amount of work that needs to be done. For example, Nassau Bay Drive, where I live, is sinking. And it was over a 2% incline. Paul knows about it, and it's getting worse and worse.
There's an underground creek that runs through there. I don't know if you knew that.
I do
Yeah,
know that. So my question is, have we seen a prioritized list, and is $400,000 going to be enough in street repair in the budget?
Yeah, and
That's for the street committee.
that's for the street committee. Yeah, there's a price, and I actually believe it's even more than that because there's some carryover from the street fund. I think we were totaling, what was the total amount of streets? I mean, total.
COs alone, we have about 35,000 that we're carrying over.
No, for just from the street repair.
Okay. Streets.
Capital.
491,000.
409, so about $500,000. So yeah, and we're planning on doing that. I try to do that every year.
So are the residents allowed to see the prioritization
Sure.
of those streets that we're going to spend?
Right, the way this works is we actually go out and we publish that list of priorities and on where the spots are. If you look at the 60-some spots we did over the past 2 years, that's exactly what we did. So from that standpoint, we will plan to follow that exact same process.
So like you said, Nassau Bay Drive, which is one of the 3 major arteries. in
Correct.
Nassau Bay.
Correct.
Is there attention on that?
There is. I mean, if you look at it, to me, Upper Bay has gotten a lot of attention. You're going to see Point Lookout has had some attention. Nassau Bay Drive needs some attention. When I walk at Cape Bahamas, all the way through to the east-west side of things before it becomes San Sebastian and all the way over, as the outer circle of the, from the thing, those roads need some help. Those roads need some help.
So my suggestion would be, I think you need to add more dollars into the road repair for 2025.
Well, I appreciate that comment. Okay. Anybody else?
In my opinion, more staff in the city, like office and everything. I tried to get permitting for some different events and no one could help me at all with permitting. I think that we're missing a lot of money on tax dollars that could be coming into the city from tourists and everything, a ton of money. It could help the city tremendously. Because there's just no one here to help with all of that kind of stuff. An extra employee, or maybe actual employees, not just interns. Like, we need people who work here and are gonna stay here, and I don't know why we can't keep staff. I don't know if we need to up the pay to keep staff or what, but our city's amazing, and I don't understand. You have people in the city that want to work and can't find jobs, but then there's no jobs available for the city, but there's work that needs to be done, a ton of work that needs to be done in the city.
I mean, if you look at the primary objectives of this budget, is to have the capital in order to finally finished every bit of the upgrading to our water and sewer line so that we have that behind us. The other portion of that is we still want to maintain streets, $500,000 on streets and make sure we commit to that every year, as well as we wanted to fix the pay deficiency that we had for our police officers, the officers that are on the street. We had a lot of turnover, particularly in that area, and it's because of officer pay.
Right.
And that's been addressed in here. We also want to have, as Jaime said, with beautification, we want to make sure we continue on Nass Road 1. And again, the 4 main arteries, there's actually 4, people forget about the Val Harbor and the things along that line that come into the city. We want to keep maintaining that aspect of it.
There was a reference to, other than the exact amount, $500,000 EDC was authorized to spend for economic development tracking. Are those new dollars? Like are those new dollars? Is that the same level?
So
Upper deck, what is that going to what again?
So it's up a little bit. So there had been a deferment of some of the business development activities that were going on. We've done the things and utilized those funds for up around the beautification of Nass Road 1. And right now we know of several business development projects in Nassau Bay that may need our help in order to be able to attract those businesses. And we wanted to keep that gunpowder dry and use that for truly businesses coming in.
And the reason I asked that question is, love being here, been here for more than a year, but very concerned to see the amount of relatively newly built retail space, particularly in the frontage areas.
Yeah.
As an occupier. And I wonder what we're doing to try to attract.
Boy, I tell you, that's been.
Tenants to that. I understand
Yeah.
why, for example, my house still needs to be still a lot of not much of this space. I understand the economics of that, but to see that much vacant space and how we're trying to fill that, and knowing that this council 3 months ago took action to not attract business to the area, I'm trying to balance my understanding.
Yeah, so what you saw was a drive-through.
I don't want to rehash.
No, I get that, but I'm just saying that from a standpoint. Right now, again, we know of several projects that we can't speak about because there are confidentiality agreements that we believe we are going to use our purse in order to do that to attract those businesses. And they will be up on Nass Road 1 and potentially even in this town square area that's coming. So,
like, I know we're losing a business because the city won't help. I mean, and it's a good business, and like, we don't even have a welcome to the city of Nassau Bay when you're coming over the bridge, or like even a banner that says, "Hey, you're in Nassau Bay, like home of the astronauts." Literally, like, how much is a banner?
Yeah.
We were talking hundreds of thousands of dollars, and we don't have a sign that says "Welcome to Nassau Bay," or "You're leaving Nassau Bay." Something about astronauts or something. Like, we're losing so much money on all of the tourists alone. It's insane. A photo walk spot would make so much money.
any other comments?
Yeah, a question. We had a director of tourism at one point. Has that ever been discussed again? We had a person that was Kristen Edwards,
Yeah.
that was considered the director of tourism.
I believe the communications director. We have a communications director, but not, we have a CVB and we have others, but not that one. Any other questions?
I mean, is that not like an extra spot in the city for employment that utilize in numerous ways.
You mean like a tourist person?
Yeah, or something.
So,
that-
so what we have found, I mean, this has been a topic, and I don't want to speak for everybody on council, but we've gone and tried every different things here in regards to that. And the metrics that we've had and having those amount of funds dedicated to that area, they really haven't had to pay back. They just have not. And, you know, really we've done more in coordination with just partnering and helping with the hotels, with the marketing things that they have, and helping go through that avenue. That's just been how we've evolved. We've gone to where we've been high on a visitors convention bureau. We've also had things, we've had internal tourist things, and they just have been, you know, not that effective, just honestly. Sure.
We met with Unlove Media just here recently. So Unlove Media, they handle, of course, our newsletter. They also handle the Visit Nassau Bay, like the social media handles for that. So we reached out to them to see if we can expand their portfolio and work with the convention center and work with the CCIZ, you know, kind of bring it all together. Right now it's kind of disjointed. So they're going to be kind of out of liaison going forward. So they're going to be kind of overseeing the tourism portfolio for us.
Other comments? This is a public hearing. Going once?
Like, what do we pay them to do that? What do we pay that company to do that? That's part of the budget, right?
It is.
So right now it's being funded at the
Hot fund. Yeah, but how much?
How much?
Yes,
We pay about
24,000.
So they'll give us a new proposal.
Mhm.
How much they're gonna charge.
Can't hear you guys.
Oh, she was just asking what else they're gonna do.
I'm just wondering what they're gonna do.
Yeah, they're gonna kind of bring all our tourism activities and kind of bring them all under one umbrella right now.
That's actually a really great idea, because then you don't have to pay for a salary, but they will actually do the job. So I think that's a great idea.
Outsource.
All I've heard is you're gonna bring all this stuff under one umbrella. I
Yeah.
haven't heard exactly.
They already have a Visit Nassau Bay website.
Yes.
Yeah, they do the Facebook Visit Nassau Bay. They advertise a lot, but they work also with the, Wings Under Texas, the restaurants. They have all that. They've been doing that for a long, long time. Yeah, I advertise them a lot, like, all the time. So they'll just expand that.
But I think they're coming with a proposal.
They already do.
Proposal yet.
Yeah, we just had.
We don't know exactly what
we're
we're
Correct.
haven't said yet.
Any other comments? Then I'm going once, going twice, going 3 times. Public hearing is closed. On to council member comments. So, hey, look, if you guys would give me a little leeway, I've been asked by a number of people just to really get involved in the fire investigation over at Bay House. And I've had a lot of time with the fire department, with our fire marshal, and I've kind of prepared some things that I really want people to hear, because I don't think they know the level of what's going out there. And I really want to just read off some things as part of the record, just as that, and then we can go into other comments if you would just bear with me. Look, I know there's been a lot of discussion around the fire investigation. A lot of things are going on. The full fire investigation report has been completed. It's over 500 pages with over 200 photos and 8 hours of body cam video. And I have been involved with Tony and a lot with Tom, just going over just the information. I want to throw out a few facts here that people that I don't think know. But the facts are, there were 8 other fire departments besides Nassau Bay that responded. Those are Webster, Pasadena, League City, Seabrook, Friendswood, Kemah, Forest Bend, and LaPorte. They did that through mutual aid, and I'm very thankful for their participation. We had 5 ambulance services that helped with the fire. There were over 125 people that responded, including over 20 people from the Nassau Bay Volunteer Fire Department. In that whole fire, there was really only one apartment and part of the adjacent hallway that actually had, quote, fire damage. The other 6 had huge amount of smoke and water damage, but it was not the actual burnt fire. So it was really affecting just one area with a fire. And in that area, less than 400 square feet was actually represented the burnt area. So it was 1/2, a little bit less than 1/2 of that compartment. And the active flames that were there after we responded were extinguished in less than 30 minutes. So this is a fairly small, contained, high big potential for a fire where there was quite a bit of response. There was extensive photographic documentation that I reviewed, and it pretty much defined that there was no accelerant. There was no burn or pour patterns. There was no increased charring in areas that you would see with an accelerant. The small footprint of the burn and the short 30 minutes of accelerant is certainly not consistent with an accelerant. There were questions concerning the communications. There were cell phone communications that were challenging during Hurricane Beryl. Initially, they were unable to reach our Nassau Bay file marshal. I don't know if you guys experienced it, but phones were really pretty much non-functional because it was the day after the hurricane. And so Tony Russo was not the one that was initially contacted. The Webster Fire Marshal was actually the one that was called next. And that, as I went through it, has been pretty much the protocol for about the last 24 years that have been there. It's a 24-year relationship of mutual aid between Nassau Bay, Webster, and League City. The established protocol for call-out has occurred in over 10 other fires besides this one where this exact same protocol took place. 3 of these actually occurred while our new code enforcement officer was in place. That is the Vinland Fire on Queens Court, the Bay Crest in Swan Lagoon, and the Bay House Fire. All 3 followed that with our code enforcement. The code enforcement officer that we had at the time was licensed, but has had no prior lead investigator experience for a fire like this. So the protocol that we had with Webster and League City was what was followed. Questions concerning drugs, meth lab, and fireworks. There were recreational marijuana that was found, and meth smoking paraphernalia found, just so everyone knows, but there was no meth. There were, if you looked at the pictures and the extensive things, the kitchen cabinets and the appliances were all intact, indicating that that was not the origin of the heat source for the fire. So there's no cooking that was going on at that area for anything, and certainly no, there was not accelerants. Fireworks were found. These were small recreational fireworks, and I mean that there was about a 12-inch by 9-inch bin. These fireworks were, ones like black cats. They were bottle rockets and Roman candles. There had been a thought that there may have been red phosphorus means by which to do the production of meth, and the amount of phosphorus that would be needed would not even allow from the combined things here would not even allow for a gram of meth to be produced. So just so you're aware, each one of the fireworks contain milligrams of phosphorus, and it's white phosphorus. I'm a chemist, so the things here. So these to be able to get grams of things, or just 1 gram, you would have needed over about 10,000 of these fireworks. It would have been a huge staple that was going on there. After spending this amount of time, in conclusion, I was very impressed with the professionalism, the scope of the investigation, and the support, the recommendation that a heat lamp was used for, exotic reptiles was most likely the cause of the fire. I would also very much want to thank the 8 other cities around Clear Lake that came to our aid. I can't believe the response, the coordination, which is obviously the relationships we've had over time. The fast extinguishment of the fire also saved lives and property. I was just truly amazed at how fast this was done. So hats off to the fire department. And that's all I have.
All right,
Lucy?
thank you. And of course, in honor of Fire Prevention Week and the proclamation we just had, I would like to echo what you said. I too support the determination that the fire marshal made and the documentation we had in the fire report. So the Bay House fire for incident number 2024-0229, I wanted to get that in there too. The fire, while very unfortunate, the response was fantastic. So thank you to not only our volunteer fire department, but the relationship that they've built. But after reviewing what we've had in the report and the conversations we've had, I too agree that the fire was not associated with criminal activity nor accelerants. So I really appreciate everything that our folks did to get it under control quickly. I know that it was devastating to a lot of people, which is quite unfortunate, but our folks did the best that they could with the situation, and I really appreciate that, so thank you. I'd also like to welcome, even though they're not in here, Officer Montano and Reserve Officer Free. It's great to have them both in here, so thank you for getting a couple more great folks associated with our Nassau Bay Police Force. Yes, thank you. And they also left but troops 848 and 849. I see their troop numbers all the time because I'm active in scouting as well. I didn't know they were the ones at Glory Day, which is my church, because I scout at St. Thomas, also a neighborhood. But that was great to see them all here today, and it always makes me smile to see all these young people, even coming up here. You know, these people come up here and speak publicly, which I'm going to address in just a second, but just to see the young people come up here in front of a bunch of strangers and even doing something as simple as calling in the flags is fantastic for me to see. Yeah. Hopefully developing good youth for our future. And I would like to say thank you to everyone who came up here to speak. I know it's not always easy to go stand at a podium in front of strangers or even people you know and say what's going on, but that really helps us understand what is going on in the community. So we really do appreciate it. And we are listening, we're taking notes, we talk about it more than just what you see up here. There's a lot going on, and I know government processes are kind of slow, so the reaction isn't as fast as you want, but we are listening, so thank you very much for all the time that you take to come up here and speak to us. Francine is moving towards Louisiana, it looks like, but still be prepared because you never know when the next one's coming up. Obviously, these hurricanes are not giving us, it feels like, as much warning as we're used to. So please stay prepared, even if you think that it's going the other direction. Have those conversations just so you're ready. And I also, she left already, but I wanted to thank Diane Clark and the Toys for Tots. I know it was a little bit late from Christmas in the park, but just having her out there with the Marines in uniform, it just gives such a great feeling to a fun family event, but to also see that we're doing something positive for other people. That really makes me happy. So I'm glad she came and did that today. I wasn't expecting that, but it was good to see her. Yeah, that was great. That's all I've got. Thanks.
Chase?
I did want to, I know Paul's been talking in just a minute, but I did want to get an update on the Kingston property. See where we're at with the enforcement of them moving forward. Were you going to talk on that tonight at all?
We have it in executive session.
We have an executive session.
It would be coming out of executive session.
All right. So as long as we're addressing that, I want to make sure
Yes,
that
sir.
that's not falling on the radar. I know there's some citizens that are close to that property now. I want to make sure that we continue to address that and don't let that go by. The other thing is we have a very important day coming up in our nation's history. So this Wednesday is September 11th. I'm sure we all know what that is. I'm sure we can all remember where we were at. Me personally, I was sitting in freshman year Spanish. I can still remember the pink walls in the classroom. It's just very vivid in my memory. I've got a lot of family that are law enforcement officers. One that was a firefighter as well. Me personally, I've worked at a police department. I've done some firefighting training when I was in the Navy. So I know what these guys go through. Albeit my training and experience was very brief, these guys do it on a daily basis. We have volunteers that are not getting paid to do this, and they're the guys that are going to respond to these fires like the Bay House. While we are all trying to get out of there, they're trying to get in there. So I think that that just shows their dedication not only to the city but to our citizens as well. So on this September 11th, I would just ask that you take some time. If you see one of these guys out, just thank them. because they are truly putting their lives on the line every single day to protect us and to protect the city. And I just want to make sure that we are recognizing their efforts. So, thank you.
I will also try to be brief. I echo what Bill and Summers and Chase set up here around thanking our fire department and agreeing with the report that came out of that. Truly appreciate all the efforts, just as we said last month. I want to thank Jaime. I know that finances is a kind of a thankless job a lot of times. There's a lot of work that goes into putting these budgets together. I want to thank the council members and mayor for all the budget workshop discussions. It was very productive. I felt like we made a lot of headway in a lot of different meetings, but not too drug out. So really
Interrupted by Hurricane Beryl.
Yeah, I'm rescheduling that. So was really glad to be a part of that, and I felt like we did a really good job working through that. I want to thank those who applied for the Maritime Safety Committee. I don't know that any of them are in the room right now, but we did. Oh, yeah. Oh,
Jim Stoll.
my neighbor right there. So thank you to those who reached out to want to be a part of that. I think there's going to be a lot of good work that comes out of that. As Lucy already said, please stay prepared for hurricane. Hopefully this one will remain to the east and not come back to the west. I want to just thank Paul and also the mayor for all the efforts around the Sapphire. I know it's a very touchy subject and we're all trying to do what we can, and I appreciate the citizen comments around that. And lastly, I do have a Boy Scout Pack 389 that are looking for projects. So the Parks Committee.
Yeah, I was just gonna say right away.
Especially Vince Committee. I know that we're always looking for volunteers in that. So if you guys have projects, please let me know and I will pass. Yeah, I will pass that along to some of the pack leaders for that particular pack. So thank you so much.
Sir?
I'll make my brief too. You know, I don't think there's many Sapphire residents left, but you know, all of their stories are so moving, and it's just a really tough situation over there. I feel for them so much. We're doing everything we can. You know, we obviously have steps we have to take and legal steps we have to take, and we are kind of bound by that. So just have to be patient. And I thank you for being patient. You know, the scouts, super cool. My husband's an Eagle Scout, and I think that thing on his resume probably turns more heads than any of his other accomplishments. You know, huge amount of service by Scott Klein. I mean, 40 years working for one city. I mean, that's incredible, and I don't think you see that kind of longevity anymore. And I just, you know, kudos to him. He loves, you know, riding his Harley into the sunset. I share the same sentiments about our fire department. I always knew and trusted what you had, the investigation that you had conducted. You guys are amazing. Keep doing what you're doing. And thank you. Although you did forget a proclamation, a part of your proclamation, Mary, you forgot to talk about that when you know, whereas when you do have fire, smoke alarms in your house, the batteries will run out at 3 a.m. Every time. Every time.
They
still important to have them.
Don't they say Valentine's Day is when you're supposed to change out?
Oh, maybe that's our problem. We just wait till they run out.
Yeah, every February, every February 14th is supposed to
Well,
change
now
out.
we know.
Isn't that it, Tom? Yeah.
Every time you change this time.
Oh, no,
There you go.
every time you check. You're getting a royalty on the 9-volt battery?
That's, and Jaime, I mean, that was the most professional presentation of the budget. Well done. And also, I feel like you probably feel like you're on mile 23 of a marathon, and I appreciate you so much. I feel like I'm on, you know, mile 23, and I'm not the one doing all the behind the scenes work. So, anyways, thank you all, and I'll pass it to you.
I'll also keep it brief. I echo everyone's comments up here. I'm not going to rehash, but agree with what everyone has said, and thank you to all the city staff for all your hard work, especially Jaime. I know this is a thankless job. A lot of hours, a lot of papers. The council set up here every Thursday night almost, week after week for hours on end, so I know Jaime put a lot more into it. And again, it was my first round, but you made it look seamless, very professional, and thank you. Always good to have clients and go over. what else? I was gonna highlight a couple of, really cool events coming up in the newsletter. I'm not gonna go one by one, but please take a look. One that I wanted to discuss was National Night Out on it, coming up on Tuesday, October 1st, sorry. We're working with the chief, the fire department, we're trying to get as many block captains as possible, so please read the newsletter, you can go online and sign up to be a block captain. We're trying to get as much coverage so that everyone has a place to go, get to know their neighbors, exchange phone numbers and have a plan in place for storms, which I know we touched on storm preparedness. Please don't take it lightly, you just never know what's around the corner. And I'd also like to thank Maria. I think she's doing a fabulous job keeping us all organized on our toes. So I just want to thank for her for coming on board and dealing with this hot mess. But I know she's taken on a lot, so thank you for bearing with us. I'd also like to congrats Scott Klein on his retirement. Very impressive. I didn't know Scott personally, but I can tell you his name was a household name in my house. And he would be on speed dial. So thank you, Scott. I guess you enjoy retirement. And that's it. Thanks.
Thanks. The last comment that I'll mention is just on the budget itself. We're asking for 1%, property tax increase, and we don't take that lightly. We believe that we're being very fiscally responsible because inflation has been way higher than that. But in addition, I think this council has been very, very aware of a lot of the deferred maintenance that had gone on in this city, that a lot of the repair work, like you mentioned, that needs to be done. We're trying to do that in a very, very efficient manner. And I think people can see that I believe we've been successful. So it is with heavy heart that we have a 1% request, because we do approach it from a no new revenue, but we think it's actually a very minor investment that we're asking. And I believe, particularly if you look at our capital projects list, by fiscal year 2026, which is next, not this fiscal year, but the next one, we will have pretty much completed all the deferred projects that occurred. There'll be a little bit going out, but what had been a 13, 15, now 10 is going to be $1-2 million, which is going to have an amazing impact on, what funds we have available to do other bigger productive things, like if we wanted to do expansions for areas, if we really wanted to dredge Lake Nassau, if we really wanted to do things that change into, and help Nassau Bay for the long term, we'll have the funds to be able to, or we can truly cut taxes. And when I mean cut taxes, it would be a very substantial decrease, because our 30, 40-year investment in infrastructure will have finally gotten behind us. And that's the one thing I ran for, is to make sure that we got that done, and I'm determined to do it. So I say that with all openness and transparency. With that, I believe the next is the city manager report.
Thank you, Mayor. This month has been really, really busy for us. We're still wrapping up the Hurricane Borough FEMA paperwork, and also we're still in hurricane season, so we're still dealing with that. And then I want to give a shout out to staff over the budget, especially Jaime. A lot of work behind the scenes. Appreciate that, Jaime. And all the directors getting together and making this happen. It was really good. First experience for me as far as the whole staff budget process. And then also, we've only had 2 water breaks this month. So I would say by this time last year before, we probably 15 to 20. And so it's great. It's allowed the guys to do some other good stuff. And so pretty excited about that. And then also animal control. I was reminded to give a shout out to animal control. A lot of good pets, dogs and cats out there. So looking for one for the holidays. Come get you one. We'll give you an extra one free.
And one for under the tree.
And beside that, just really busy with the everything that's going on with Sapphire. A lot of time spent on that, and then just budget. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. Police Department.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Our numbers for the month of August: 249 calls for service responded to, 52 reports, 170 traffic stops, 82 citations, 109 written and verbal warnings, 16 arrests, 2 were misdemeanors, 2 were felonies, 14 were misdemeanors. I got my moving backwards. 5,738 miles of patrol and a 2-minute and 7-second average response time. My next item to talk about was National Night Out, but I've been trumped already by Councilwoman Blue. She's been working with us. We do have the information on our social media sites, on our webpage, and also you can register if you need help with assistance, calling the administration PD line at 281-333-2212. The other thing real quickly is Councilwoman Summers touched on tropical storm, possibly Hurricane Francine by now. Please don't think of that in the past. We have to wait till probably Wednesday evening for that to get past us, and even though we may not get a direct hit, it's still forecast to go. And we just looked at the intermediate report. There's a full one coming out at 10 o'clock, but again, it shifted a little bit more to the west. Landfall is still forecast for Louisiana, but as it comes by, we're gonna have some effects. We're gonna have some wind, we're gonna have some rain. There's gonna definitely be some tidal flooding and things like that. So please pay close attention for the next 24 hours. Other than that, thank you.
Fire department. It's good evening. So for your fire department, for last month, we ran 43 calls. We have 1,168 volunteer man hours for the city, and our membership stands at 42. Just echoing a few things, I know since we won't have a council meeting before a couple events in October, so Tom mentioned our open house, just reminding folks that culminates on Friday, October 11th with the fire station being open in the evening for folks. You'll see the doors open, you'll see lots of people in and out. Please come by and see what your fire department, the assets that are yours, on how we serve you in the city. Also, it was mentioned, Council Member Waterwall, September 11th, just a reminder on Wednesday, if folks you just take a moment, again, for those that were around, how it impacted us, the sacrifices that people gave, and how it changed our country. And if for the younger generation, if you know someone who wasn't around, take a moment to explain your story. And take them to the foyer of the fire department. That's right. Yeah, Piece of 9/11. It's locked and it'll be open on that Friday, October 11th. But yeah, we do have, for those that weren't aware, in the foyer of the fire department building across the street, we have a structural steel member of one of the Twin Towers. And so that was, when we built that station, Houston Fire Museum, we got a big section. They have half of it in their facility. And then we were very lucky to have half of it as a memorial in our own city. So that's a good reminder there. And then National Night Out for the first Tuesday in October. We look forward to seeing you. We'll be out with all the other members of the city staff, and looking forward to just meeting you. And all the trucks will be out with all of our members. So those are guys that have been here 40 years and guys that have been here 4 weeks. So make sure you get a chance to meet them and know them. They're here trying to serve you. That's it. Thank you. EMS?
So normally I don't do a report on EMS, but Sean, the chief, asked me to do him a favor, so I'd stand up here and do it for him. He had to go back to work, so we're going to city today, we left for lunch, and so we'll be here for this report, and then there's another agenda item, but we're going to do it. He said they ran 112 calls and 94 patients last month. They're very busy. They're going to run 1,500 calls.
It's also done a lot for the fiscal aspect of the EMS. So it's good. Public Works.
Good evening. For Public Works, we have our capital improvement projects. The blower system was delivered and has been installed. For Water Department, 1,500 meters were read for utility billing. And as Paul mentioned, 2 water leaks were repaired. For Wastewater Department, 600 feet of sewer line was jetted to improve flow and capacity. For our Parks Department, the David Brown Park Pavilion has been painted and has been reopened. And our Parks crew continue to tree trimming around the city. And for Street Department, the ADA sidewalk at Swan Lagoon Park has been poured, and the contractor is finishing up the finishing touches before we open it up. Yes.
A question. I know we talked about the bushes on Spaceman Drive right here being tall. Just personally, I've witnessed people pulling out because they can't see the oncoming traffic. So I don't know if we can have a discussion about making those lower so people can
Yeah,
add
I
what they
would-
see.
Yeah, I would agree. Yep. You know, just a little bit of feedback. I've had a number of people say it looks like, you know, some of the grass cutting, I don't know if it's all the rain, has grass growing bats. It just needs to be maybe a little bit more, you know, diligence on the mowing, particularly down in the park. A lot of that's going down there. The other is along the lines of what you had mentioned is at the corner of Back Bay and Upper Bay Road, there's a tree that has been growing it's a relatively young tree, but it used to be a relatively old sapling that's now deciding it really wants to be a tree. And it's right there across a utility box and in our easement. It's really a problem right there. I'd like you to take a look at that and see if that's something we can cut down, because it'll get really bad there if we let it go. And it's right there on the corner on the south side of Back Bay and Upper Bay Road.
Okay, I'll take a look at it.
Okay. And thank you for pumping out the water and putting the fencing. That really made me feel better about safety. So that was good.
I don't know who we speak to about code enforcement these days, but I was actually in the Shipley's line of Midway the other day, and I saw that the fence between the Shipley's and the Keeney is completely like falling down. It just looks terrible. It's just in shambles. So I don't know if police is taking over that role right now, or if it's just
We'll look into it.
give a little phone call to somebody over there, but it's right
So-
between the Keeney and
One of the things here now, it was going to be part of it, but I don't mind this being outside of executive session. Paul's moving forward with having at least through Safe Built one individual who will be fully dedicated until we fill that. He's got two candidates. I want to talk about a little bit about what are some of the things there in executive session for personnel. It's on there, but I think the work that we've done in trying to coordinate with the Sapphire has kind of really pushed our resource level there, and that code enforcement being out is hurt. It's not it's hurt.
Okay, that'd be a good thing for
Yep.
Point Lookout, like where the lake starts, Point Lookout and King Street, my fence is like $20. All the trees on that creek are coming into our fence.
So on the waterway that's behind there, you know where they're talking about, Les? That does need, that is a main artery to help drain. That we got to make sure that that's a real important one.
It's about to fall on Renee's house, like the not their house, but her pool house, and my little shed, and it took down half my fence.
90% of the water that goes into Lake Nassau from the rainfall sheet flows through that canal.
Don't take down all the
Take it down.
just the stuff, like, they came and trimmed stuff one time, and it was not what we asked them to trim. It was all good. So, yeah.
Yep.
Now that our houses are lifted, it's nice to have a little bit of privacy back there, but, yeah. Not take that.
Yep. Okay. Anything else?
No.
Then I'm going to move on to the consent agenda, and that is the consideration of possible action to approve the minutes for June 10th, 2024, the regular meeting minutes, July 24th, 2024, regular meeting minutes, and August 7th, 2024, the workshop meeting minutes. Are there any comments, any questions here?
I do have some errors that should be corrected. It's just on the July 24th one, on page 1 under council member comments, Councilmember Tomasi's last name has 2 S's, but I mean, it has 1 S, but there's 2 S's in here, so that would be corrected. And then another one that's very easy, happens all the time to me. On page 2 of 6 and 3 of 6, it says Councilmember Waterfall. Happens all the time.
I know.
Just get that corrected.
On that same one, I actually have a larger issue. So it actually has that Councilmember Horton was in Florida at the time of the hurricane. I definitely was not in Florida on the time of the hurricane. That was Councilmember Buell. So under Councilmember I would say replace Horton with Dual, and then my comments aren't in there at all. So I was definitely at that meeting, and I definitely made comments. I welcomed Maria, I rewatched the video. I welcomed Maria. I told Paul, excellent job, with regards to the hurricane. I talked about my personal damage to my home from the hurricane, and just said Public Works is amazing, did an amazing job working out. So that was short, but I did make comments on that meeting, so I would like that it would be edited, it would be edited with that, and also, change Horton to Dual.
I'm not so sure. What are you asking for?
So I'm gonna get it changed, because I don't get charged with being in Florida.
Any others?
I hate to bring any more up, and I apologize, but on the August 7th, in our agenda, it says workshop meeting, but it's actually a special meeting, I believe. That was just one, but then on page 33, it says that we adjourn meeting at 8:50, so we knock it out, executive session was 10:35. I think that needs to be, I'm guessing like 10:50, sorry. And then on the 4.1, Councilmember Summer, in motion to line up the report, I think to read engage or retain for this group for a law firm. And then lastly, I'm not going to get into the nits, but I think there's a couple citizen comments that should, don't accurately reflect that. I'm happy to sit with Maria and go back and just speak. That makes sense. Is that doable?
Which one?
The one with the fire department is,
On the minutes? Which,
I'm sorry, August 2nd minutes, there's a couple.
August 7th?
Sorry, August 7th.
So would you like to have that pulled out and
I'd like to have
recycled?
that one pulled out and just,
Yeah.
and I'm happy
Is
to
that-
get it to Maria and do my
So
specific.
what I'm hearing is it'll be for just the June 10th and July 24th regular meeting minutes. And we'll hold over, she has some modifications that you want to be considered, and we'll hold that over for next meeting. Okay? Do I hear a motion?
I would move to approve the consent agenda with the modifications to the June 10th, or sorry, the July 24th meeting, and then the pulling of the August 7th.
Yep.
Minutes for correction.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Haley. Any more comments? Then I call for the vote. All those in favor? Passes 6-0. Okay. As if we haven't gone into the meat of things already. Here we go. Consideration and possible actions, the second and final reading of the ordinance number 02024-08-12A, an ordinance of the city council of the city of Nassau Bay, Texas, temporarily waiving building permit fees for all building inspections, fees associated with the repair of property, homes, and business damaged from any hurricane declared by the governor of Texas. Was that the governor of Texas, or is that, didn't we say the mayor of Nassau Bay?
We said both, just in case.
Yep, I didn't look at that to make sure in the ordinance.
It's governing on that.
On the thing, but what about in the order?
Mayor, I believe we said and or, just in case we want to declare our own disaster outside of.
Is it only governor though on the ordinance?
Yes.
Yeah, I actually thought it was mayor and not governor. in
Yeah,
case
correct.
of-
That one needs, would that be a substantial change if we did that, or would you allow that?
You did that last time. You noted that last time.
We did.
It just wasn't.
It just wasn't corrected.
That's fine.
So from that standpoint, I'd like to move forward with a vote on that, pending that correction rather than change.
Correct.
So can we clarify, is it an and or is it the mayor of Nassau Bay?
I think I would do and or.
Okay.
I would
It just
do
makes
and
more
or.
sense.
My only concern is just someone stretching in. and,
Yeah,
oh, there's
do
a
and
national
or.
disaster
Yeah,
in
so-
Boston.
Correct.
I believe
I would
it's
do
my
and because
property.
that
I
gives
believe
us
that's what we
flexibility.
discussed.
I think it was.
Yeah.
It was.
Yep.
Okay.
Then I would move to approve an ordinance number 02024-08-128 of the city council of Nassau Bay, city of Nassau Bay, Texas, temporarily waiving building permit fees for all building inspection fees associated the repair of property, homes, and businesses damaged from the hurricane declared by the mayor of the city of Nassau Bay, Texas, as an emergency disaster.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
seconded by Ashley. I'm just going to call for the vote. All those in favor? Passes 6-0. Okay, council input and discussion. I wanted to give a little bit of a background as to what's occurred here. I
misspoke there. I forgot to put the governor of Texas and or the mayor of Texas. Go correction to that.
So does that apply? Do you need
Yeah.
another vote?
Do a second to that amendment.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor? Passes 6-0. Okay. The council input and discussion, there's no action item here. I wanted to just kind of give for people who are here. I know I do want to mention Benny Chaskelson. If I hope I meant he's a representative of the ownership of the Sapphire, and the activities that have occurred to this point is we've had right now 2 groups of inspections. The first group of 9 that we went through was we had representative sampling of the mold. We actually sent a letter to the ownership of the Sapphire, basically saying that we believe a public health situation is occurring there, and that we recommend remediation, and that there would be a plan put together in order to do that. I got your text today, Benny, that said you'd respond. I have not seen it yet, so I can't comment. I think there's let me read that, and I'll get back to you, and I'll maybe even see you after the meeting. But then we've also done inspections on 14 other apartments at the Sapphire, and the report that came back was that all 14 of those are ones that are recommended to be remediated. So there's those 14. We have there's 7 more that have asked for inspections, and for that, so more than likely that has not been organized yet, but my bet is that will occur. So where I believe this is going, and I want to offer the conversations, and please correct me where if I'm off, but the Sapphire Apartments have basically said they want to make sure they rectify this. They're looking at the city to provide some guidance as to what should be done in regards to remediation. They've been very open to be able to look at doing that, and I think right now we're coming to where the proof will be in the pudding. I think we've seen that there's a public health issue, but that's been the position up to this point of the Sapphire. And I want people to know that those conversations are taking place. So from that standpoint, there are 23 apartments that appear that from the data have some public health issues. Nine of which we've already communicated, but we'll do the same type of document on the other 14. And I'm assuming that means at some point we're going to have to sit down and really put forward the nuts and bolts of what that means. I know from our building official that there are more aggressive things than just painting that need to take place. But again, I don't want to be prescriptive because that's to be discussed. Okay.
Are all these apartment units in the same building?
No, they are not. There's building 1 and building 2. They are primarily in building 2. Primarily.
I have a question here. So in addition to the remediation discussions, are they, the company that we have helping do this, are they looking at the root cause of why this is happening?
So yeah, I think that's where the next question is going to come, and I think Benny and I have talked about that. I think there's going to be a lot of focus on the chiller, and just what's happening with that, and if there's something there that they have. I know our building official, I think, is going to be in contact to say, hey, they would like to take a look at that. But that's where the focus is, and I think the process has to go forward because that may not be the root cause, and I don't want to be prescriptive this way, but a lot of the focus is on the chiller.
Understood. I mean, I think and this is not my expertise, but before we get down the road of prioritizing remediation and how we're going to approach that, it would, in my mind, make sense to figure out the root cause so that you're not repeating that again.
Correct. Yep, correct. We've just so that this council is aware, and we're going to talk more in executive session, but we've spent just not quite $15,000 on the testing and the activities there. That does not include personnel time or anything like that. That's just in regards to the activities to be able to provide data. Again, I'll make this into we're trying to make sure public health is fulfilled. That's our responsibility. That's our charge. It's either number one or number two for what is the purpose of having local government is public safety and public health. So from that standpoint, some of the other things we can't get involved in, but from a public health, we will. And that's where the state of affairs are for the Sapphire. And I appreciate you coming. That was hard. I'm sure that was hard to be here, but I appreciate it. Any other questions? Any other comments? I'll allow it. We're not in a public hearing here, but I'll allow it.
What about the properties that have had mold issues that are not apartments, that are individual homes that
So,
the city?
and I apologize because I know you've been texting me. I've been kind of absolutely swamped with things. That's going to be picked up we're one of the things we're doing here is that we have an audit and best practices and things like that for both the police department and the building department. And we started off, like you mentioned, with the Baycrest property, but these 18611 Point Lookout was going to be part of one of the properties to have them look at as part of the procedures and audits and stuff like that.
But I mean, in the meantime, these families, including myself, are about to lose everything because we're in debt up to our eyeballs because the city employee didn't do his job.
Yeah, I understand. To me, I'm trying to do everything from a data standpoint and to make sure things are there so that we actually can have absolute actionable items from what we do. And it's also things that we have procedures that we have to go through legally. It means we're not as fast as I would like to. And I'm just being honest. We're
years.
So
I mean, everything's coming to a head. At some point, something has to give.
Yeah.
And I've been very patient. But I do have a meeting with the firm.
Yeah, I saw that. Or you mentioned.
Literally, I'm at the point I'm going to chain myself to the doors to let my story be heard.
I understand. So, okay. Any other questions on the update? Anything else? We'll also be in executive session for some things. Okay. Then I'm going to move on to city staff update. This is regarding improvements to the city's live stream and video recording. Tom.
So the task force, which consists of Maria, myself, Brian Brown, she's probably watching, and Sherry. I know he was here. I know. But we met on the 4th, September 4th, and basically what we did there is just reviewed what we'd done 2 years ago. We went out we got one bid, and we had some discussions on the different systems. So we did that. One bid that we did get was from Swaggit. They were going to provide some equipment. They were going to provide some services, but I heard some interest, and this was a discussion of doing captioning and transcribing. That was not part of what they were going to do. But we'll talk a little bit about that later. We discussed this stuff here, this mess, and it needs to go quickly. Even if we do decide to do a Swaggit or a Granny Kiss, or there's numerous other companies out there that will do this, that's going to take months to get done. So we need an immediate fix, which we're working on. So our plan is to meet again on the 23rd, and Brian will be back, so we can get your person. Sherry won't be sick, me and Maria. I'll have a plan to do a temporary system and get rid of this. That'll get us through. And then we'll need to have some decisions made. There is a little bit of concern because we can spend, like I think Jaime had up there, $100,000 on equipment. but we can't spend a penny on services.
Through
So-
PEG.
Right, through the PEG money. So if we get to a point where we wanna hire a company to do all this work, like tape the videos, do all the transcribing and the captioning, there's no money budgeted for that. So we gotta come up with a way, if that's the decision we make. So after that meeting on the 23rd, probably at the next council meeting, we'll come to you with some pretty good ideas. But it is in the works. We're also visiting other cities and talking to other cities to see what they do and how they do it. There's some really cool stuff out there. It'd be nice to bring that to the table here so we have the message. So,
Are you intending to use PEG funds for your temporary solution?
yes. Actually, someone's already purchased, yes.
Okay.
Good.
Any other questions?
Any other questions?
All right, thank you.
Thanks. Thanks, Tom. Okay, the next is on new business, which is consideration and actions, the first reading of the ordinance number 2024-0909-C, amending the zoning ordinance by changing the zoning classification of a half an acre, 0.5022 acres, TR5 A-13 South Field Survey, reference Houston Orchard Company Webster, according to the plat thereof, is recorded in the plat book 3, page 73, HCMR, the public records of the Harris County, Texas, also known as 1910 East Nassau Road 1, from commercial C zoning district to planned unit development PUD zoning district for a mixed-use development with a parking and leasing tenant for retail use to be located on the first floor, and dialysis on the second floor. So this is the first reading. And, this is the first chance to take a look at this. I think the architect and builder is looking just to get a sense of where we are on this. And I will say this, I'm in full support of this dialysis piece. I think the history of that property and the things that they put together is for a very modern facility. It's one that is in need, and it goes consistent with having a hospital right there. So I believe we'll provide some very pertinent services, and it is not a nonprofit associated with it. It is a private business, and all be a private business. So at least that's where I'm at.
Yes, I think the setback after, I know there were people that complained about movies and how you can't see around that corner, but I think that the setback on Upper Bay Road on this looks good. It's just going closer to Nassau Road 1. I don't think that's a safety issue. Because I think it might be if it were closer to the Upper Bay Road side.
Correct. Oops, that's 10 o'clock. I also believe their commitment to do things associated with the planned urban development. I mean, the landscaping that there was actually mandated in order to be able to provide screening, but that screening has gotten so big, it actually obscures views down Nassau Road 1, so I agree with you. So, but I think they're gonna address that.
Okay, good. I think that looks good.
Yep. Anybody else? Any other comments?
I would just like to have what was the rendering that we got tonight sent to us, in our.
Can you send a digital? Sure. Just so you know, is the process is, in order to do this, an ordinance takes 2 readings. So the first one here, we'll go through it and we'll do any kind of comment. And then the final one will be next month, which will take place. But you're kind of getting a sense of where council is and on doing this project. I mean, I think if there was not consensus, and I don't want to put things in people's, voice, but it wouldn't even be carried over for a second reading.
I would love to see the feasible tenant space be like a legitimate business, that is kind of, independent from the, dialysis clinic, an actual business down there. I mean, they can bring a different kind of revenue to the city, flower shop or whatever kind of is, but, not
A donut shop.
storage.
I'm kidding.
But, something that, legitimate independent business that could rent out that space and, be a success story for our children.
It's a unique design.
It is. I think you've done a good job. So we're going to carry that over for a for a second reading next month, which would be October 8th. Is it? When is?
October the
14th. Is it the
14th.
14th?
Yeah,
Let's see, my calendar's off.
yeah, 14th is the second.
Okay.
And can I ask you, was this ordinance actually in our packet? Did I miss it?
I didn't see it.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, and I drafted it today and,
Oh,
okay.
Okay,
and
so that
sent,
makes
so,
sense.
yeah,
I just have not seen it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Next is consideration and possible action, the first and only reading of ordinance number 2024-0909-A, an ordinance adopting the fiscal year 2025 annual budget and appropriating the several sums set therefore to departments and funds therein named. This is again the first and only reading, and we need to record the vote, which means each one of us has to say aye.
correct,
Individual.
individual.
Okay. Any questions, any comments? Then I will start. Aye.
We need to make a motion.
Oh, do we
Yeah.
have, we do
Okay,
have.
I'd
Yeah.
like to make a motion that we approve the ordinance number 2024-0909-A, adopting the fiscal year 24-25 proposed budget on the first and only reading.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Chase. So I'm going to call for the vote. Like I said, I'll start. Aye.
Aye.
Passes 6-0. You got what you wanted, at least on that one. Just stay up there, Jaime.
Stay up.
Right. Consideration and possible action on the ratification of the property tax increase for tax year 2024. Again, just review those, just mention those again for everybody.
Yes, that's correct. So it's a two-step process. The first step, it's completed, you adopted the budget. But for local government code chapter 102 municipal budget, it requires a second vote if there is an increase to the property tax rate in the budget, just for transparency purposes.
Mhm.
So that is based off of truth and taxation. So what they do is they, truth and taxation calculates last year's levy based off last year's adopted rate, which was 4.2 million. And then it takes the truth and taxation's this year's levy, which is calculated off the proposed rate of 4.3. So that is a total based on the truth and taxation calculation of 134,000, which is a 3.21% increase. Of that, 71,000 is made up of revenue raised off of new property added to the tax roll, and then the 63,000 is based off the penny. So per the code, it prescribes that the following caption on the agenda sheet be read, and then action be taken by the council. So you are right, Mayor. If we look at it from a perspective of just a penny increase based off our N&O rate, it's only 1.5% increase. But for the truth and taxation, it's a little different.
So what do you need read?
So it's on the action sheet right here. Recommendation from item champion says this budget will raise more revenue from property taxes than last year.
I'm on the action item. I don't see that.
It's in
This one was
Yes, right here. So the language
Got
right
it.
there.
I'm on the wrong one. Oh, that one there.
Yes. That's language that's prescribed by
I'll make sure.
the code.
This one. Okay.
And it's the language on the budget cover.
Yeah. So you need me to state that?
Yep.
Yep.
Do you need for the action?
Yeah, let's have whoever's gonna make the motion can state that.
Yeah, I move to ratify the property tax increase for the tax year 2024. This budget will raise more revenue from property taxes than last year's budget by an amount of $134,541, which is a $3.21% increase from last year's budget. The property tax revenue to be raised from new property added to the tax roll this year is $71,927.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Was that you, Haley?
Yes.
Yep. So, any other questions? Anything
Just-
further?
A comment to reiterate, thank you to Ade for all the hard work you put in for us weathering inflation with just a effectively 1.5% increase in property taxes is pretty phenomenal. So thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for supporting, thank you for all of that.
Then I'd like to call for the one and only vote. Do you need it to be a counted? Does it need to be individual or just, or all?
No, it doesn't need to be a record.
So I'm going to call for the vote. All those in favor? Passes 6-0. And I also want to say something here for those who are online and the people who are out in the audience. You know, there was a lot of fiscal, constraint here. We could have gone an additional 2 pennies and not had to go to a referendum on it. So we actually only went 1/3 of what we could have if we wanted to. In addition, because in the last 3 years, this has been such a tax conscious council, we've actually have a war chest of another 6 cents that would be allowed for any future council. If there's anything that happens that would be unplanned, undetermined, whatever, future councils have the ability to lever that without a referendum, so they would be able to quickly have the revenues necessary. And I'm assuming there would be a catastrophic event or whatever. So we're leaving the city, this budget cycle, only using 1/3 of our taxing authority and providing, I guess, of that even 6 times as much for future council if they ever need it, which is pretty fiscal responsible. Yes. So I'm very pleased with that. So I wanted people to know that. Okay.
Mayor, so before you guys discuss,
hang on, I got to read it.
Oh, sorry.
Consideration and possible action, the first reading of ordinance number 2024-0909-B, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Nassau Bay, Texas, amending the Code of Ordinances at Chapter 20, Utilities and Services, establishing water and sewer rates, providing details relative thereto.
Yes, so before I discuss the ordinance in the first reading, I'd like to introduce Lisa. She's from Lisa Consulting, and she's here to discuss the water and sewer rate study.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, distinguished council. Thank you for your time this evening. I know it's late, so I'll keep my comments brief and to the point. I've had the pleasure of working with the City of Nassau Bay a few times in the past, and I'm pleased to be here again. And appreciate the opportunity to work with the City of Nassau Bay. As Jaime briefly talked about earlier in his presentation, the city has already an adopted ordinance establishing fiscal year 2025 water and sewer rates. We are recommending a change to that ordinance to reflect a couple of changes since those rates were established. Basically, there are 2 items that the previous rates did not contemplate. The first is moving your stormwater management into the water and sewer utility fund. And so we've got to pay for that somehow. And then the second is additional capital projects. Jaime went through and talked about lots of different water and sewer projects totaling round figures, $2.9 million of projects for next year. Fortunately, you already do have some funding, both in reserves and previously issued debt, taking care of about $2.5 million of that. But that means we've still got another $400,000 in projects for next year alone that we need to put some funding into place. So tonight we're bringing you for consideration changes to the fiscal year 2025 water and sewer rates. I do want to note one quick item here is that's for 2025. The city has a 5-year CIP plan with additional $7 million beginning in 2026 through 2029. So we do recommend coming back and revisiting next year just to be abundantly clear that you've still got more coming to look at.
I actually think we said we wanted to do this one and we wanted to specifically have another review next year.
I think that's very wise. There's lots of policy issues that come into play, especially how you're going to pay for some of these projects, whether you're issuing more debt, how in the timing and all of those things. I know also to the council's credit, for the benefit of the public, this council did already look through rates and they went, whoa, time out, and they backed off a bunch of capital projects and really are wanting to take care of this community and protect the residents from any sort of rate shock in her within the rates. So that being said, without any further ado, the rates that are being recommended for adoption this evening for your residential customers, we're recommending going for, most residential customers have a 5/8 inch meter, which the current rates are $14. And the ordinance already establishes to change that rate to $15 for a 5/8 inch meter. We're recommending continuing with that rate change and all of the other changes for the larger meters as well, to the base fee. We're also recommending for the per apartment charge for multifamily complexes, the current base fee is $16 per unit. We're recommending going to $18 per unit from the current rate. The ordinance already established going to $17, but we are looking at it and realizing it needs to be at $18. Looking at the volumetric rate for water for residential customers, we are recommending going from the current rates, which began at $3.80 for a customer using 0 to 5,000 gallons of water. That's per 1,000 gallons. And it goes up from there to $4.30, $5.30, $6.30, and $7.30. We're recommending adding a whole 19 cents to that volumetric rate. So as Jaime talked about, for a typical household, this is a less than $2 impact per month. And this is the already established and adopted FY 2015 rate structure. So we're just leaving it alone for residential customers. Commercial customers, on the other hand, the FY 25 adopted rates had commercial rates at $14.59 per 1,000 gallons for all usage levels. We're recommending at this point leaving that rate at $14.59 for usage between 0 and 100,000 gallons. For usage above 100,000 gallons, we're recommending going to $19.20 per 1,000 gallons. For the benefit of residential customers who don't top water on a regular basis, a typical household, we expect to use somewhere in the 8,000 gallon range. That's kind of the average, 8 to 10,000 gallons. In summer months, if you've got a large yard, your usage will go up from there. But just to live 8,000 gallons or less. So to give that 100,000 gallon perspective, this is a huge user who's putting a tremendous burden on the system. The other recommendation is with regard to sewer rates. We are recommending leaving the residential sewer rate base rate at $16.98. For all residential and commercial customers, we're recommending leaving that rate the same. For the sewer for residential customers, we're recommending also leaving that the same at $2.95. But commercial customers, we're recommending the current rate is $6.03, and the FY 25 ordinance adopted rate currently is at $6.21, and we're recommending instead going to $11.98 for commercial sewage. I know I went through that fairly quickly, and I know you're just tired, so I didn't want to belabor it.
We had a whole workshop.
Yes, you did, and so I am happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? You don't have to think you did it.
I want to state that obviously the Jaime, you baked all these into the current budget, so.
Yep.
We're
So in a nutshell, because the percentage of the water that's used is higher at the very large consumers, these fixed costs are being associated to those based off that premise. So the capital expenditures are one where we continue to find that residents have been subsidizing the commercial for a while. So now, because we're replacing all this, we're making sure that the commercial area pays their fair share. And that's why you're seeing a protection on the residential. This is why we're also going to be able to finish things hopefully by the end of 2026, 2027. Okay. Any other questions? Any other comment? Then I think I need to call for a motion. Yeah. Do I hear a motion?
This is the first of two readings.
Is it the first? Is this one, or is, I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me. I'm looking at here, and the way it got a little different than what I'm used to.
So I'm seeing it as first of two.
Yes.
Yeah, it's first.
It's first used to.
Walk through your notebook. You want mine?
No. Yeah. So this is the first two readings. It doesn't say.
Okay, because I'm looking at the agenda page.
Yeah, I'm looking in the book. That's all right. So it's the first of two readings, so carried over.
Okay.
Okay.
Should you come up with any other questions, Jaime does know how to find me. And the other real quick thing, I do want to compliment Jaime's staff. This man has worked his tail off. There's a lot of data requirements to do a study like this. And bless his heart, he's pulled it all together, and I really appreciate all the time he's put into it. So thank you.
It's different. Yeah. Mhm. So we're carrying this one over. The next is the consideration and possible action to accept the 2024 certified taxable values and the 2024 no new revenue and voter approved tax rates.
Yes, so tax code chapter 26, one of the requirements is that council accept the certified 2024 taxable values along with the 2024 no new revenue tax rate of 0.660499 and the voter approval tax rate of 0.755222.
Yeah, just a motion. I need a motion unless there's any questions. This is just housekeeping.
Yes.
This is just housekeeping. We're just accepting the rates that were provided to us.
Yeah, and the values.
Correct.
To accept the 2024 certified taxable values and 2024 new revenue and voter approval tax rates. The new revenue tax rate 0.660499 and the voter approval tax rate was 0.755222.
Do we hear a second?
Second.
Second by Sarah. I'm just going to call for the vote. All those in favor? Passes 6-0. Next one is consideration and possible action on the proposed tax rate. This is a record vote and schedule a public hearing. That public hearing is the 23rd. Yep, September 23rd. Okay. Do I hear a motion?
I would move to accept the proposed tax rate and schedule a public hearing on the proposed tax rate for September 23rd, 2020.
Do I hear a second? Then any other questions? Because I'm going to do a record the vote. Then I'm going to call for it. I'm going to say aye.
Aye.
6-0.
Thank you.
Yep. Consideration and possible action establishing fees for emergency medical services and repealing the resolutions or parts of resolutions in conflict where herewith. Tom, were you going to do that one?
Jaime's going to explain the rate.
You're piling on Jaime. I'm sure he's going to
Come on back, Jaime.
Right?
Okay, so as we talked in the budget workshops, we are recommending increasing the EMS rates. So if you look at the packet that was included for this agenda item, there is a rate survey in that packet. And as you can see, on that rate survey, our rates are considerably lower compared to the surrounding cities. But per state law, we can only increase rates at this time only 10%. 10%. That's correct. And the rates per state law will be effective on January 1st, 2025. So we're recommending updating all rates.
These are in-district rates.
In district and out of district.
What is the law, how often do you raise the rate?
Every year. Every year we can raise it 10%.
Okay.
So that is the plan until we
equilibrate.
Yes.
We're behind here, folks. I think we all know we've deferred attention to the pricing for our billings, and this is just obviously catch up.
Yes. And Exhibit A is the new charter master. Yellow agreements.
Okay. Any other further questions? Any other comments? Then do I hear a motion?
I move to approve resolution number R2024-0909-A, resolution of the City Council of the City of Nassau Bay, Texas, establishing fees for emergency medical services, and repealing all resolutions or parts of resolutions in conflict herewith.
Do I hear a second? I think Ashley Beach is here, so seconded by Ashley. Any further things? I'm going to call for the vote. All those in favor? Passes 6-0. The other is consideration and possible action to cast a vote for the official ballot for the election of the Region 14 Director of the TML Board of Directors. You receive this ballot because you are the city's primary contact person with TML. Each TML member city is entitled to one vote, which vote must be cast by a majority vote of the city's governing body nominated to serve a 2-year term on the TLM board. So on this one here, these are, if you want my perspective, these are two very qualified individuals. They really are. I know Frank Robinson, so I would tend to give it probably a 51-49 split on that case, but that doesn't mean that has to be. I don't know what other people know, but these both have a very, very recognized, experience.
Joe Zimmerman is in his final term, so I figured there'd be more longevity. I know he's the incumbent, but it seems like Frank Robinson has more longevity in him too. Being recently elected, get active, and everything that he's been doing, Texas managers and all that.
I like that he's been a city manager.
Yeah.
Any other comments? I will need a motion.
Are we nominating one of these two?
We have to nominate one or the other. These are the only, so let me just back up. This board of directors, there's one slot open. These are the two people who are the finalists that have met the criteria in order to be able to be eligible to fill these positions, through their process. And they're asking that a majority of the city councils throughout, the state of Texas vote on who should be the upcoming board of director member.
This is for TML.
TML.
City's insurance.
It is.
It's, and more.
And more, correct. Yep.
Well, I would
Retirement
I would
system.
move to cast a vote for the official ballot for the election of the Region 14 Director of the TML Board of Directors in favor of Frank W. Robinson.
I'll second it.
Seconded by Lucy. Any other comments? Then I'm just going to call for the vote. All those in favor? Passes 6-0. There you go, Maria. Okay. Consideration and possible action to appoint 5 Nassau Bay board members to serve on the Maritime Safety Committee. So we actually brought this committee into being in August. I think it's been very well promoted, so I thank you, Maria, because we actually got a very good response. I think this is an important body because I think there's been a lot of attention in the city about just safety out on the waterways. And to me, and I'm just going to give my opinion, and I don't mean it to be there because I have, flexibility on the things here. But I looked at, on the qualifications, Brian Brown and Audrey Hervey have just impeccable, navigation, naval pilot, experience that I don't think anybody else matches that background. So for rules, regulations, requirements, things along that line, I think they would have, they've probably forgotten more than we all know. It's kind of the way I look at it. The next one is, I really like that Jason Small has stepped up. They are a very active voter. They're a young family who has come into Nassau Bay. They were at the workshop. They're knowledgeable and they're enthusiastic, and I think they represent a lot of people down in the marina who have boats, or that's my belief. I also look at Jim Stoa. Jim's been on the waterways. He's organizing the paddle boat. He's been on the even some of the races, organizing those events. He's knowledgeable of the safety. He's done the peninsula cleanups, organizing the boaters in that regard. So I think and he's also been one of the leading people talking about just safety areas within that we have. I think he'd be a good one. And then the last one is where I kind of look at this. Jim DeForest, he actually they live in Bal Harbor. They are a waterfront community. They are a waterfront property in Bal Harbor, and I like the fact that Bal Harbor would be represented and the waterways on that end by a property owner that is on the waterfront. Jeff Horton is in Swan Lagoon. He's not a waterfront property. He's a very reasonable person. I like Jeff. I think he could do it also. I'm just going to tell you, I'm a little hesitant with Mark. My main reason for that is, we're looking at recommendations for maritime safety. I believe it's very clear that Mark is more interested in recreation than safety, and the maintenance of recreation. And I really believe we need to make sure people focus on safety. But that's this is my personal view on these things here, and I share that for discussion purposes. So, anybody else?
Yeah, I can give my 2 cents. I like Brian Brown, obviously. Audrey Kirby, naval officer, USD master. I mean, those are two clear winners. Two clear winners right there. If you look at Mr. Small, he even worked in the maritime industry, so he's got some experience around the water. Jim Stoa as well, doing the water cleanup, the paddleboard. He's obviously very familiar with our waterways. And then Mr. DeForest, if you look at him, he was actually a director for a diving company. So again, he's also got a lot of experience in the not only safety but maritime industry as well. So I think those would be the 5 that I would be interested in: Brown, Small, Stoa, DeForest, and Kirby, just because they have the experience, and a lot of them have knowledge of all waterways specifically.
Yeah, and I had been thinking having 2 residents and 2 people with boating safety, and then someone who knows the rules.
Yeah.
Which kind of goes into the boating safety thing. But I do like that we have the Smalls and then people that live on the water or adjacent to the water.
Right.
That's important to me for this too,
Mhm.
because we did have complaints from residents about the impacts of living waterfront and having.
I particularly with Bal Harbor, they've actually complained that a lot of jet skis like that area in there where they're flying in there and flying out. So, okay. Anybody else?
I would say that I echo all 5 of those. I think this is a great place for Ryan Brown. There's applied for a lot of committees. I think this is a place for him. The Smalls, I know them personally. They live right there. For Bay, great family, young family that have all the maritime background. I really think Jim Stoa, not deserved, but I think he should be on there. He's a long-term resident, a lot of knowledge, and really active at the marina. And then Jim DeForest, like y'all said, he's over in Bal Harbor, so he kind of scans our footprint over there. And then, is it Udray? I don't know him personally, but I know I did say Nassau Bay one-on-one with him years ago, and I see him, he lives over here in Finland, and he walks the waterfront frequently. So, with his background, I think he's great. I know Jeff Gordon, he's a great guy too. Mark Denman, also great. But those would be my top 5. Brown, Small, Stowe, DeForest, and Kirby. And one other thing I'll say is that just because if we decide not to put some people on a committee, they can still come and attend committee meetings.
Absolutely.
So just because you're on a committee doesn't, refrain you from sitting.
Anybody else?
I would also just like to add, I think you've heard this question, like you said, Brian Brown. I know we've been trying to get on a lot of committees, but I think the right opportunity to come up for him, and this is going to be an excellent position for him to be able to really assist us and lead the city as well.
Yeah.
I guess I would just say that I agree really with certainly Brian Brown and Udray. exceptional credentials. I like that Houston Small has a younger family, he's a recreational voter, that we can add the rules guys in the recreational voter. Obviously, Martin's experience with the city is extensive, and he's, you know, been involved in American Ordinance Committee, which is like pretty much, you know, totally entangled with what we're dealing with here. I don't know that I would say what the mayor's saying as far as if you're not concerned with safety. I think everyone is concerned with safety that lives in Nassau Bay, or I would like to think that. But, you know, I as far as Mr. Horton and Mr. DeForest, I would say they're fairly interchangeable in experience. I think that, you know, Mr. Horton has no relationship, by the way. Has had,
Are you sure?
Has had, definitely sure. Has had extensive experience, or has had experience on serving on committees before for the city. What I like about Mr. Hervey is that he had not had no other previous committee experience. I always like seeing fresh faces.
I mean, that's what I
So
really
it's
like,
safe.
is not to interrupt, but that's both, I mean, if you look at Brian, Jason, Jim, and Audrey, all of them are relatively new volunteers.
Right, and I see that argument as well. You know, honestly, I just can't, I think you have to say that Mark has extensive experience and probably has contributed to the city in his mind as well. So, but I think you really, this list is a great list.
It's a great list.
We just pick everybody, and honestly, you know, if we could make it a larger committee, I would, but I think everybody deserves input on this, so.
Anybody else?
I would just say, I'll echo what everyone has said. I do think that obviously Brian Brown, we know he's had a lot of experience. Boudre, don't know him personally, but just based on the reading of this packet, definitely think those are top two standouts for me. Jim's obviously done a whole lot of volunteering in the city. I do echo what Sarah said about Mark. I do think he does have concern for safety and not just recreation. Has a lot of history in the city. All that to be said, as Ashley mentioned, even if you're not part of the committee, you can still join in discussions. So that's all.
Okay. I'm gonna need a motion, folks.
I would move to appoint 5 members to serve on the Maritime Safety Committee for a 2-year term. Those 5 individuals being Brian Andrew Brown, Jason Douglas Small, Jim Stoa, James DeForest, and Boudre.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Yep, second by Ashley. Any other comments? Then I'm gonna call for the, what? I'm gonna call for the vote.
They'll seven get along
Yep.
there.
Passes 6-0. Okay, consideration and possible action regarding city staff's update and recommendation on accepting a proposal for a department review. Here's the fun one. Okay, did you want to go into this? You want me to do this? Or- Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is, if you remember, the part of the charter review committee, and we codified it because it was actually something they wanted to have put in the charter, which is the, every department over a 3-year period should be audited, you know, for performance, efficiency, and operations. So the first 2 that we looked at was the police and the building department for those. And right now, I think there are three different proposals. I don't know if you looked at them. The 3 that I believe, my packet. One was by a group out of DC, which is the Police Executive Research Forum proposal. They are the 171. It was 57,000.
No, sir. No, that's correct. 171,000.
Well, I looked at a different one. Maybe that's it. But anyways, I'll just leave it in there. It's the Police Executive Research Firm proposal. That would be to audit the entire program. I thought in the body of the email he said it was actually, they had a reduced scope that was actually 57,000. Here, let me.
57, 3 different tranches.
Oh, then maybe I read it wrong. I apologize. Yeah, that's more than we want to spend in my mind. There is the study that was, I think, came out of the Pearland or
The 65 North Group.
the 65 North
Yes,
Group,
sir.
right? Which would have reviewed both the police and the building departments and are charging the two different ones there. Yep. And then lastly, there was, I think, from the Texas Police Chief Associations for just the police department for a fee not to exceed $8,900. Right. For $1,800, right? Expenses not to exceed $1,800. Yep.
And Mayor, we also reached out to a building department organization that are supposed to be sending us just a building department.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, in my mind, 171,000 is way beyond anything we need. I think I thought there was a smaller scope study, and that's to me way out of things, even though I like what they did. I do like the fact of the 65th North Group. I believe, one of the purposes of this is to have a cold eyes view of things, to be able to kind of look at things, and I believe they would do that, at least in my mind. And then the 8,900 and the 1,800, is I think an economic choice, but I would really like to see more of a cold eyes view than within a police association, at least in my mind. Thoughts, comments?
I just have some initial thoughts. One question I did have is, how did we hear about these farms? How were they brought to us?
So the 65 North Group, they did a assessment on the city of Pearland, and
Maria was recommending or had been part of that. You knew of it.
I knew that they did a study in Pearland, yes.
Correct.
And we met with them, and they said that they could do what we needed, and then the quote was for $42,200, and that was for police and the building department.
That's also the staffing study?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, that would
Yeah, that would include-
42,000 would include the staffing study?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And then go ahead, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I have a question just on auditing and building department. We know there's deficiencies in that department that we have right now, so why would we be auditing knowing that we already know we have issues there?
But I guess I'm looking at it from a system approach rather than an incremental. I would argue, I don't believe we have our hands around all the issues. And I'll say 18611 Point Lookout is probably a good example of that. And to me, I would want to have a overall, assessment from people in the, who do these, to be able to give recommendations on the overall process, not just areas where it's deficient.
This audit it looks at what it is right now in its current state, right? It won't go backwards or retroactively and correct wrongs that have happened in the past. So I'm concerned because we passed this ordinance in April of this year that basically commits us to these periodic evaluations, and we are throwing out, $42,000 at a time to do these sorts of evaluations. I mean, this is going to become a huge expense for the city, and I'm not saying the less expensive route is always the right route. I'm certainly not one of that, but I just think that is a much larger amount of money to evaluate one department that we know is already terribly deficient. There's only one employee there, and everyone else is contract at this point.
But I don't think it's just a staffing issue there, just honestly. I believe there's process that's involved. And, the ways in which we handle that, I think, is important. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I think we're making a distinction here between an audit versus an auditor. An audit versus an assessment. It's not like we're gonna be getting issued an audit report and control deficiency. It's gonna be more like, hey, here's the lay of the land, here's where you think you can have process improvements, here's what you think your needs are, and needs assessment versus a so-called audit. The other thing I was gonna say from a first glance was that the first one, while I know is the least costly. One of the things that caught my eye was that the duration of the timeline proposed is that it would only take 2 days to meet with city officials and department staff reviewing record documents in departments, but then it would take them 10 days or 5 to another 20 days to actually issue a report. I just feel like if we're going to do a thorough assessment and take, whatever team or consulting firm we hire more than 2 days to really get into the,
One of the things that was important too was for these functions. And I hear what you're saying, Sarah, and it may be that after, we go through a full thing, we may want to have them at less frequency than we're doing. But part of this was to have community assessments, community surveys, community outreach, so that people that have worked with the folks, that there would actually be a survey, and there would be also an internal survey. So it's not just the assessment. I mean, there's internal and external surveys that would be done too, which I think would be real important.
I'll just say with regard to the 65th North Group, there's in their letter that they wrote out to us, it says that they'll work closely with the city to ensure that they exceed our expectations. And most places are going to say that, but they do say that they're going to provide customized recommendations that will actually help improve operations. Clearly, there are some deficiencies in our department. I've really said that there's issues, but I would like to be able to see how those issues are affecting us and kind of what those recommended, improvements would be. So I think, yeah, it is technically like an audit where they're kind of letting you know, this is what the numbers look like. Organizational, but I think also, the fact that they're going to give us some recommendations to kind of help us figure out what we need to do with that department along with this department. I think that would be beneficial. Yeah, I don't think this is something that we would want to do like on a daily basis, because 42K is, that's kind of change right there. But if it's something that we see.
I also believe police and building are some of the bigger parts of what we do. So
I think that is an amount, that would help us in the long run, figuring out these departments and making sure that we're operating efficiently.
I think it's worth wondering also though, is this 42,000 per department? I guess it says.
It's combined.
Two departments there.
Yeah, so this is 20,000 apiece, basically.
Have we talked with any references for this particular company to figure out others like Pearland, they use them?
What I would suggest we do is maybe authorize, Paul and I to engage these people. I'd like to take a whack at them from a standpoint of is this truly the best price they could do, right? And then just work to see whether or not they suffice. But I think it would be something here is that I think we need to get on with the objective of doing this, and that at least gets us moving towards that outcome.
I will also say it looks like that 65th North Group has also worked with the city of Pearland. So that would be a easy reference to kind of reach out to them. That's local.
Yeah, I just like the feedback on how they use them and what their experience was.
But I mean, what I would ask for at this stage, because I think at the end of the day, I think Paul and I mean, we need to be comfortable and we need to engage. And I think we've now had this here. I would like to take another whack at them price wise and, make sure that they're what we think. But to me, the 65th North Group is what bubbles up to be at least the front runner in this one.
The only last thing I'll say is knowing that the Texas Police Chiefs Association is only going to be able to survey the police department, although with the outside comment of wanting fresh eyes, I do find value in having an organization that has tons of experience. You're talking about retired officers and they know the lay of the land of well-run police departments. So I don't want that to go unnoticed. I think if we're absolutely saying we have to do the building department at this moment in time.
What I would actually look, and that's what I would tell them as part of the cost thing, is we would want to do this sequentially, not parallel. I don't think you want to tie up two things here. We would commit to this, and then we would go through one and then follow through with the other, and that would hopefully, be less intensive to them.
I said that was the last thing I was saying, but Paul is still getting quotes for the building survey alone, so I would like to be able to look at that before we full on fledged go in one direction.
Okay, and the police executive research, I think the building department firm that we're talking with is going to probably produce something like the PD, where they just specialize in the building, just like the PD one. So.
Other thoughts?
Here's just from a timeline perspective, I know we're not good for the first, that's 171 sticker price, but they were 9 months, 65 north is only 3 months, which I think is reasonable to do a thorough review without jeopardizing quality.
I think we have, what I'm hearing in the group is either 65 North group and try to see about doing that and tying in with the other one to see if there is any way to get competitive there. Or did you want to hold it over for another month? I'm concerned with holding it over another month because I want to make sure from a staffing level on the police and things along that line that we get on with it. I don't want to delay unless I have to.
Personally, I would really like to hear some from Pearland or whomever, the work that they've done to really understand the reference standpoint of the type of work that they provided, how thorough it was, what their opinions were, what their takeaways were. And I also personally would like to wait until Paul gets this other building quote. That's my own personal opinion.
No, fair enough. I think those are valid.
And is that other building quote going to be like this 8900 one that's going to be a 2-day interview, or is it going to be more expensive?
What you were saying that it's going to be like the police chief's one, like the high end number?
No. The cost of the.
So you're saying that the building specific would be another low end one like the first?
It possibly could, because that's all they specialize in.
So let me suggest this because I agree. This is not an easy thing to do because we're starting to do that. I don't want to force a square peg through a round hole. Because I hear you, Haley. I agree with a lot of that. Why don't we suggest as a consensus, hold it over for next month, but in that, Paul lets you and I talk with North 65th group as the lead group and also flange up the other one and make sure that's there so we can have a firm recommendation coming to council. How does that sound?
I think that's, I was just gonna say, I agree with that. I think that kind of talking to the references, kind of what he was saying, getting the building.
I'm okay with that. But I think at least here, the 65th North group is looking like the lead horse. But let's flange it up. Let's get the things and let's make sure, and then come back next month.
And one last thing that actually is playing on the timeline of this Texas Police Association. I think I'm saying the name right. It says that this is an approximate timeline, however, they can shorten or lengthen it based on the needs of how these interviews start going or evolving. So I don't think that just because they say 2 days, that's necessarily hard and fast. It can be adjusted based on the information they get.
Okay. Well, I'm going to hold it over for a month. And with the task, Paul and I will flange it up better and come back next month. Okay. That's where we're at. So with that, I'm going to move into executive session. City Council will now hold a closed executive meeting pursuant to the provision of Chapter 551 Texas Government Code in accordance with the authority contained in Section 1, Section 551.071, consultation with city attorney regarding pending or potential litigation. 2, Section 551-074, consultation with city attorney regarding personnel matters to deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public member or employee. It is 11:49. 10:40, not 10:40. I'm off my game tonight, guys. I'm off my game.
Yeah, we're gonna go back there, right?
Yes.
Yeah, we go back there. That's what I was doing. I was scaring people.
I'm not sure if you ever see any of my pictures.
I did.
I know, I feel the same way right now.
Yeah, I did. I mean, it's he's got it in there as part of that. That's no question.
I know I've been waiting for the results too, because I make more of it. Now, because I look today and there's some behind my bed, and now it's on my window.
Yeah, I mean, that's, and I believe you were in the second group. I think, hey, Paul, he was in the second group, right?
Yes.
Yes, so yes, yeah, there'll be a letter. Are we off? Are we
No,
not?
we're trying to pause right now.
I know I'm also trying to figure out what.
No, this is a live one.
Yeah.
They're still recording. We're out of session. Come on, Maria.
Oh. Cannot figure it out. Well,
Hey, Chief, is Tom out there still? Is Tom out there?
oh,
Okay.
Under midnight. There we go. Oh.
Chair Mason.
Okay, we're all here. I am coming out of executive session. It is 11:57, and there will be no action items coming out of executive session. Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
Second.
Second by Sarah, was that? Yep. So all those in favor? 6-0.
6-0.
Thank you.
If that didn't pass, we have trouble.
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
Oh, we got to do this. Let's hang on a second.
Okay.